Chapter 3146. Prey that has been targeted. This heavenly sword marquis is so bold and courageous. He's just a mere rank for true saint, yet he dares to fight the purple cloud pavilion head-on? Indeed, if it were us, after knowing that the purple cloud pavilion had issued the kill order, we would definitely try to find a place to hide. We might even flee to the endless territories, so that the purple cloud pavilion wouldn't be able to find us. We would wait for a few 100,000 years before returning. However, this heavenly sword marquis clearly knows that the purple cloud pavilion wants to kill him, yet he still took the initiative to run into the territory controlled by the purple cloud pavilion and kill as he pleases. Thanks. This heavenly sword marquis is really something. He is only a rank 4 true saint, yet he can kill so many experts of the purple cloud pavilion in such a short time. He can even kill a rank 6 true saint or even a rank 6 peak true saint. This is too terrifying. He is simply a monster. Monster. Humph. So what if his talent is heaven-defying? His actions now clearly indicate that he wants to fight to the death with the purple cloud pavilion. However, the purple cloud pavilion is such a huge monster. How can a mere rank 4 true saint be able to fight against it? Just wait and see. Before long, the people of the purple cloud pavilion will find him and kill him. Yeah, I think so too. After all, the purple cloud pavilion is the overlord of the first heaven. It has been deeply rooted for so many years, and its strength is no small matter. After so many years, no one in the first heaven dares to challenge the purple cloud pavilion head-on. Other than Dao Dragon, there is no one else who can survive. Although this heavenly sword marquis is talented in terms of strength, he is still far from Dao Dragon. Stupid. Heavenly sword marquis is too stupid. Countless experts were discussing this matter. These experts had different attitudes toward Jian Wushuang. Some admired Jian Wushuang's courage. Some admired his strength and talent. But there were also many who thought he was too stupid. He should not have chosen to fight head-on with the purple cloud pavilion. But no matter what they thought, it had nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang insisted on walking his own path. He knew what he was doing. Time passed. Jian Wushuang still roamed around the territory controlled by the purple cloud pavilion, killing experts everywhere. The purple cloud pavilion was also trying to find him and kill him, but Jian Wushuang was very cunning. His whereabouts were always erratic, and because he was a Heaven-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, he could get detailed information from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The purple cloud pavilion had set traps for him several times, but he did not fall for it. In a flash, 60 years had passed. Jian Wushuang had killed for 60 years in the territory controlled by the purple cloud pavilion, but he was still alive and well. During these 60 years, I killed countless experts in the purple cloud pavilion. Killing and attacking again and again made my strength improve a lot, but the improvement is not too great. Jian Wushuang stood in the void. His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at the information he had just received. The information said that half a month later, a new king of the Winter Snow Kingdom under the purple cloud pavilion would take over. The purple cloud pavilion sent an elder of a rank 7 true saint to participate. A rank 7 true saint, Jian Wushuang muttered. With his current strength, it was indeed easy for him to kill an ordinary rank 6 true saint or even a rank 6 peak true saint. Even if several rank 6 peak true saint experts joined hands, he could easily kill them. In the past 60 years, he had killed many rank 6 true saints in the purple cloud pavilion. It was not difficult for him to kill a rank 6 true saint. If he wanted to train and use the purple cloud pavilion as a whetstone, he naturally had to find someone stronger. That was why he had his eyes on this rank 7 true saint. With my current strength, it's not difficult for me to contend with an ordinary rank 7 initial true saint. As for whether I can kill him or not, I'm not sure. But even if I can't kill this rank 7 true saint I can leave at ease." Jian Wushuang smiled. He had already made up his mind. In half a month, the Winter Snow Kingdom. Half a month soon arrived. The Winter Snow Kingdom was one of the many kingdoms under the Purple Cloud Pavilion. The Winter Snow Kingdom's territory was quite vast. In the first heaven, it was already a large kingdom with many experts. There were 6 rank 6 true saints, but there was not a single rank 7 true saint in the entire kingdom. Today, the new king of the Winter Snow Kingdom had ascended to the throne, and the Winter Snow Kingdom had specially invited an elder of the Purple Cloud Pavilion to attend. The inauguration ceremony was extremely lively and grand. After the ceremony was over, a huge banquet was held, and countless experts were boisterous. Only after the banquet was over did everyone start to disperse. "Lord Bai Yuan, this is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope that when you return to the Purple Cloud Pavilion, you can put in a few good words for my Winter Snow Kingdom." A middle-aged man, dressed luxuriously, smiled. He gave out an interspatial ring. The white-robed old man, called Bai Yuan, ended up with the interspatial ring. After scanning it with his consciousness, he smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Your Highness. The Winter Snow Kingdom has long been under the command of our Purple Cloud Pavilion. Moreover, they have been following the lead of our Purple Cloud Pavilion all these years. Naturally, the Purple Cloud Pavilion will not forget." "In that case, thank you, Lord Bai Yuan. Please take care." The middle-aged man, dressed in luxurious clothes, said. Bai Yuan turned around and prepared to leave. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone without any warning. Bai Yuan and the middle-aged man immediately looked up. "My name is Heavenly Sword Marquis," Jian Wushuang said softly. He said it casually, but when the people around heard the name, their faces changed. "Heavenly Sword Marquis. He is Heavenly Sword Marquis, the rank 4 true saint who has been fighting with the Purple Cloud Pavilion for 60 years and still hasn't been killed? Heavenly Sword Marquis, you actually came to the Winter Snow Kingdom?" A lot of exclamations sounded at the same time. Bai Yuan's face turned completely gloomy. "Boy, how dare you!" Bai Yuan's voice was cold, and he had secretly sent a message to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. He knew that Jian Wushuang was very strong. He was only an initial rank 7 true saint. Even if he could suppress Jian Wushuang, he would not be able to kill him. Therefore, the Purple Cloud Pavilion had to send more experts. After receiving the message from Bai Yuan, the Purple Cloud Pavilion's higher-ups immediately ordered 3 experts at the rank 7 peak true saint realm to rush over. 3 experts at the peak of rank 7 were enough to kill a rank 7 true saint of the same level. Killing a rank 4 true saint like Jian Wushuang would be a piece of cake. Jian Wushuang guessed that Bai Yuan had sent a message, but he was not in a hurry. He had already received detailed information about the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and had already calculated it. Although the Winter Snow Kingdom is a large-scale kingdom under the Purple Cloud Pavilion, the Purple Cloud Pavilion does not have a direct space passage to the Winter Snow Kingdom. If the experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion want to rush here, they need at least 30 breaths of time. Jian Wushuang muttered in his heart. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. Chapter 3147. Fighting a rank 7 true saint. 30 breaths was not a long time, but it was enough for Jian Wushuang. An expert from the Purple Cloud Pavilion can arrive in 30 breaths, and I have to kill him in 25 breaths. If I can't kill him, then I have to leave. Jian Wushuang stared at Bai Yuan in front of him. A shocking killing intent rose from his body. Swish, 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 swish. Purple long swords floated out and combined with each other at the fastest speed. The faint light, surrounded by a giant dragon, appeared again. It was the 8th level of the Samsara sword formation, the Dark Dragon Spike. Compared to the Dark Dragon Spike that Jian Wushuang used 60 years ago, the dark light was more dazzling and more powerful. At the same time, the 7-star secret skill, the divine punishment skill, and the 9 luminary star armor were all used, and the supreme sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword was completely unleashed. Kill! Jian Wushuang shouted, and the ghost dragon burst out. Boom! The void was penetrated, and the ghost light appeared in front of Bai Yuan. Humph! Bai Yuan snorted coldly. A green long sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, a huge green sword light, like a green moon, swept out and collided with the dim light. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The dim light trembled slightly before it flew out explosively. As for Bai Yuan, although he did not retreat, his eyes darkened. Rank 7. Bai Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. He clearly felt that Jian Wushuang had the battle strength of a rank 7 true saint. Not only did he have the divine power of a rank 7 true saint, but the power of his sword formation was also almost equal to that of an ordinary level 7 absolute art. Indeed, during the past 60 years, Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the principles had improved a lot, and his grasp of the 8th reincarnation sword formation had become stronger. Now he was fully controlling the 8th reincarnation sword formation, and the power it released, it was very close to an ordinary rank 7 absolute art. Combined with the power of his divine power, his real battle strength was comparable to an ordinary rank 7 elementary true saint, and Bai Yuan was only a rank 7 elementary true saint. Again, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, and the reincarnation sword formation burst out again. At the same time, he also moved. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of silver light flashed rapidly in the void like ghosts. Before the reincarnation sword formation could reach Bai Yuan, Jian Wushuang had already arrived. 9th heaven of illusionary sword. Jian Wushuang waved his right hand continuously. In the blink of an eye, 9 sword lights seemed to fall at the same time and slash toward Bai Yuan. Ridiculous! Bai Yuan was not afraid at all. He also struck his sword continuously, and his speed was not slower than Jian Wushuang's. Clang! 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 9 low collision sounds were heard. Jian Wushuang's 9th heaven of illusionary sword was faster and faster, but it was blocked by Bai Yuan. Boom! The dark light surrounded by the giant dragon also shot toward Jian Wushuang. However, Bai Yuan backhanded his sword and pushed back the dark light with brute force. Boy, is that all you have? Bai Yuan stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold smile, as expected of a rank 7 true saint. It's different from those rank 6 true saints. But Jian Wushuang said as he waved his hand, and a large amount of ice and fire energy instantly surged out. It swept out in all directions at an astonishing speed. The ice and fire swimming dragon ruler and the ice and fire realm had completely exploded. The power of the ice and fire realm was extremely powerful. Even the heart whose strength had reached the advanced rank 7 and was close to the peak of rank 7, was suppressed by nearly 20% of his strength under the full force of the ice and fire realm. Bai Yuan's strength was definitely much weaker than the heart witch's. Under the full suppression of the ice and fire realm, Bai Yuan's strength was immediately suppressed by more than 20%. Now let's fight again. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, and the Samsara sword formation burst out again. Bai Yuan felt the strong pressure around him and could not help frowning. Under the suppression of the ice and fire realm, he once again attacked the Samsara sword formation head-on. However, this time they were evenly matched. Although the sword formation was sent flying, he was forced back 3 steps. Swish! 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 The dim light flashed again and crazily rushed toward Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan could not dodge it, so he could only wave his long sword again and again to send the dim light flying. However, Jian Wushuang only used his mind to control the sword formation, while Bai Yuan relied on his own sword to defend. The recoil from the collision affected Bai Yuan's divine body again and again. In addition, Jian Wushuang had been looking for opportunities in the surroundings, so the situation was obviously disadvantageous to Bai Yuan. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang, who had been looking for opportunities in the surroundings, suddenly moved. Without any warning, Jian Wushuang appeared beside Bai Yuan. He slashed out the Blood Mountain sword in his hand, and a hazy but beautiful sword light lit up. It was the first move of the peerless sword technique, Star Dream. Bai Yuan had just blocked the attack of the reincarnation sword formation, so he was unable to block Jian Wushuang's extremely fast sword. Clang! The sharp sword light cut into Bai Yuan's protective armor, and a strong tearing power burst out. However, although the power was strong, it did not cut through Bai Yuan's protective armor. It only left a white mark on the armor. Jian Wushuang frowned and immediately retreated. After retreating far away, Jian Wushuang looked at Bai Yuan again with a serious expression. The information provided by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is right. Although Bai Yuan is not very strong, his protective means are very good. The armor he is wearing is a superior holy treasure armor, and he has also cultivated a unique protective secret skill. With my current strength, I could not break his divine body with Star Dream one move. At most, I could only hurt him slightly, Jian Wushuang murmured. It was only a slight injury, which could be repaired with a bit of divine power. It had no effect on Bai Yuan at all. What Jian Wushuang wanted to do was to cut open Bai Yuan's protective armor, then cut open the skin on Bai Yuan's body and erode the cold blood poison into Bai Yuan's divine body. Just a drop of the cold blood poison was enough to kill Bai Yuan. It was enough to kill Bai Yuan. However, his idea would not work now. Boy, you have completely infuriated me. Bai Yuan stared at Jian Wushuang with bloodshot eyes, and his aura suddenly became violent. No matter what, Bai Yuan was a rank 7 true saint. Although he was not very strong, he still had his own trump card and killer move. And now, Bai Yuan was going to use his killer move. Chapter 3148. Hidden Cards, Heavenly Sword Marquee. You are a rank 4 true saint, but you have the battle strength of a rank 7 true saint. Such talent is simply unbelievable. Logically, you should have a bright future. But unfortunately, you are too arrogant and treat my Purple Cloud Pavilion as your opponent. Today, I will leave you a top genius here. Die. Die. Bai Yuan's eyes turned cold, but he opened his mouth and spat out a pitch-black bead. After he spat it out, the bead exploded with a bang and turned into black energy that filled the sky, fusing into the green longsword in Bai Yuan's hand. Wind God! Bai Yuan's killing intent flashed, and he immediately drew his sword. He took a step forward, and the long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed towards the empty space in front of him. As he thrust, ripples immediately spread out in the void. Bai Yuan was using a long sword, but the move he was using felt like a spear thrust. The moment he thrust, a green lightning bolt pierced through the void and shot toward Jian Wushuang. Fast, too fast. Even Jian Wushuang, who was good at space-time principles and was very fast, could not help being shocked when he saw the green lightning bolt. This sword move is even faster than my life and death moment. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Among the 7 sword moves in the Wushuang sword manual, the fastest one was the life and death moment, which was a sure kill sword move. However, at this moment, the speed of the sword move that Bai Yuan displayed was obviously faster than his life and death moment. Jian Wushuang had only thought of defending himself against such a terrifying speed, but the cyan sword light had already struck Jian Wushuang's divine body. Bang! A low boom sounded. Jian Wushuang's body shook violently, and he suffered a heavy blow. The cyan lightning instantly made a hole in the golden armor on his body. Then a bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared on Jian Wushuang's divine body. The black energy formed by the black bead also entered Jian Wushuang's body and began to erode wildly. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He closed his eyes and felt the erosion of the black energy in his body. However, it only took a moment for Jian Wushuang to open his eyes again. As expected of a rank 7 true saint, your move just now was quite good. Jian Wushuang grinned and revealed a cold smile. He didn't die. Bai Yuan was extremely surprised. His strongest move, which was combined with the black bead, was a sure kill move. Logically speaking, even if a rank 7 true saint was hit, the chances of survival would not be high. However, this rank 4 true saint actually survived this move. Not only did he survive, but it seemed that even his divine power had not been eroded by much. Bai Yuan, you've used your most powerful skill. Now you should try one of my moves. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. The next moment, he slowly raised the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The sword was placed in front of him. However, this simple act of raising the sword instantly stirred up the surrounding space and time, and the surrounding void became completely blood-red. Yes, it was blood-red. The blood-red sky, the blood-red earth, and even the air were filled with a large amount of blood fog. Bai Yuan and the surrounding experts who were watching the battle even seemed to see the bones under Jian Wushuang's feet forming a blood sea. The sky-shaking killing intent soared to the sky, causing everyone to feel a trace of fear. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was no longer a human cultivator, but an Asura who had transformed into hell. This was a blood-colored Asura. The blood-colored Asura raised the sword in its hand and slowly slashed out. It was a simple slash, as if it did not contain any power. However, the moment the Blood Mountain sword was slashed out, a huge sense of fear instantly surged into Bai Yuan's heart. Whoosh! The sword light finally fell. The 7th move of the Peerless Sword Manual. The strongest move, Blood Asura. The sword light slashed out with earth-shaking power. Bai Yuan was about to block the sword when a wave of space-time power suddenly came. The space-time around Bai Yuan instantly became stagnant. This stagnant state only lasted for a short time and was almost negligible. However, in a fight between experts, especially those who had reached the level of a rank 7 true saint, many things could be done in a split second. At least, the sword light that Jian Wushuang had displayed appeared in front of Bai Yuan. When Bai Yuan came back to his senses, he could no longer block the sword light. He could not even raise his long sword with much difficulty. Bang! The sword light was not hindered at all. It directly cut into Bai Yuan's divine body. Bai Yuan immediately let out a muffled groan, and his body suddenly retreated. However, his divine body was not directly destroyed. Seeing the scene, Jian Wushuang could not help but sigh. Bai Yuan's body protection ability is indeed strong. Not only did my blood Asura merge with the heaven-designated skill, but the power of his swordsmanship is also extremely terrifying. However, even such a sword attack without any hindrance could not cause his divine body to directly collapse. Jian Wushuang muttered, however, he was not disappointed at all. More than half of the 30 breaths time has been used up. In a little while, the experts of Purple Cloud Pavilion will arrive. I can't waste any more time with him. I'll use that move directly. It would be best if I could kill him. But if I can't, I'll have to leave directly. Jian Wushuang's face became extremely solemn. Blood Asura was the strongest and most terrifying sword move he had ever created. However, this sword move was not his strongest trump card. He had many trump cards, such as the Mountain River map, which he had never used. But now, Jian Wushuang had no intention of using the Mountain River map. He had another trump card. He had just mastered this trump card and had never really fought in front of others. You're lucky to be the first target of my secret skill, Bai Yuan. Jian Wushuang smiled. Cut the crap. Show me what you've got. Bai Yuan was not afraid at all. He did not believe that Jian Wushuang could kill him because of his strong protective ability. Of course, he did not want to kill Jian Wushuang himself. He just wanted to keep fighting with Jian Wushuang and stall for time until the 3 true saints at the peak of rank 7 arrived. Then he could easily surround and kill Jian Wushuang. Haha, as you wish. Jian Wushuang did not waste any more words. With a faint smile, the vast divine power on his body instantly surged. Splash! A large amount of divine power surged, instantly forming a huge divine power sea. However, the divine power in this divine power sea was being consumed at a crazy rate. 6 paths of reincarnation, hell path, extremely hot hell. Chapter 3149, The Path of Hell Wing. The originally vast sea of divine power suddenly evaporated. Under the influence of the power of reincarnation, heaven and earth began to change. In the blink of an eye, the entire heaven and earth became completely red, as if it was completely in a furnace, and the temperature of this furnace was unbelievably high. Even the void was emitting hot air crazily. The entire world and the endless void seemed to be melting. So hot! It's too hot. How can it be so hot? I'm a true saint, and I actually feel like I'm about to die from the heat. Outside the battlefield, the true saints of the Winter Snow Kingdom were all inexplicably exclaiming at this moment. Their mouths were dry, and they were extremely hot. However, they were outside the battlefield, which meant that they were outside the world of extreme heat. It was easy to imagine what it was like to be inside the world of extreme heat. What kind of trick is this? It's too hot. My divine body, my blood, my soul, and my divine power are all about to be completely evaporated. Hot. I'm going to die from the heat. Bai Yuan, who was in the center of the extremely hot world, let out a painful and mournful howl. As a rank 7 true saint with tyrannical strength, it would be a joke if he were to die from the heat. But now, Bai Yuan really felt like he was going to die from the heat and be roasted dry. His divine power, his blood, everything in his body, including his soul, were all crazily roasted at this moment. This kind of roasting produced an unprecedented pain, not just in his divine body and heart and soul. Bai Yuan only felt that he was suffering unprecedented torture. He has lived hundreds of thousands of years without this kind of torture. Jian Wushuang was also in this extremely hot world, but he was not affected by it. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he looked at Bai Yuan, who was roaring and struggling crazily. This is an extremely hot hell where everything is roasted and evaporated. Even a rank 7 true saint would suffer unprecedented pain and torture in this hell. With my current strength, I can last for 3 breaths in this hell. I don't know if Bai Yuan can last 3 breaths in this hell, Jian Wushuang thought. 3 breaths was a short time, but to Bai Yuan it was a long time. He was in the extremely hot hell, and he was being roasted every second. The pain that could evaporate his entire god body and soul was too terrifying. 3 breaths passed. Buzz! The extremely hot hell disappeared, and the world returned to its calm state. Bai Yuan was still standing in the void, but at this moment his entire body was drenched in sweat. He lowered his head and panted heavily, and his body was also slightly trembling. That 3 breaths of experience were definitely the most terrifying experience in his life. He had experienced it once, and even if he was beaten to death, he did not want to experience it again. Moreover, 60% of his divine power had been evaporated in the extremely hot hell, and his soul had been severely injured, especially the fear in his heart. He had yet to completely recover. Heavenly Sword Marquis, am more and more impressed by you. A rank 4 true saint actually has such an incredible skill. Unfortunately, your secret skill is very terrifying, but your strength is still a little inferior. You can't fully unleash the power of the secret skill. Your move can't kill me. Bai Yuan raised his head, staring at Jian Wushuang. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang gave a strange smile and said, Bai Yuan, it's too early for you to be happy. Bai Yuan's face changed. I forgot to tell you that the secret skill I just displayed is divided into 3 levels. The extremely hot hell you just experienced is only the first level. Now, you can try the second level of the secret skill. Jian Wushuang smiled. Immediately, a large amount of divine power surged up crazily. The divine power also converged into a sea of divine power. Moreover, the divine power Jian Wushuang used this time was obviously much more vast than when he used the extremely hot hell. It was more than 3 times as vast. The second level of Hell Dao, the extremely cold hell. Buzz. The divine power in the sky was instantly exhausted. Space and time in this vast world instantly froze. It was extremely cold. Under this terrifying coldness, a large amount of mist rose from the void. Crack, crack. Soft sounds rang out one after another. When the people outside the battlefield saw it, they could not help but widen their eyes. These soft cracking sounds were the sounds of the void being frozen and then exploding. How could such a stable space in the divine beginning world be frozen to the point of cracking? How cold was this? In the center of the extremely cold hell, Bai Yuan's eyes were wide open. He had been maintaining this posture, but his divine body had been completely frozen into an ice sculpture. Not just his divine body, the blood in his body had also been completely frozen, and even his real soul had been frozen into a frozen state. Jian Wushuang stood in front of Bai Yuan and blew lightly. With a sound like glass breaking, Bai Yuan's divine body directly shattered and turned into ice chips. He did not recombine his divine body immediately. In just a moment, this powerful rank 7 true saint was turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, even Jian Wushuang was quite excited. He looked at his right hand. On the back of his hand, there was an ancient golden character. When Jian Wushuang had just used the secret skill, the golden character also emitted a dazzling light, which made Jian Wushuang use the secret skill. Its power had increased a lot. And this golden character was the origin of the 6 paths of reincarnation's secret skill. 6 paths of reincarnation. This secret skill is too terrifying. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. 6 paths of reincarnation, 6 secret skills. He had only mastered the first move, Hell Dao. However, Hell Dao was divided into 3 levels. He had just used the first and second levels of extremely hot hell and extremely cold hell. The power of the extremely hot hell was weaker, but the extremely cold hell was extremely terrifying. Jian Wushuang was only barely able to use the extremely cold hell. Once he used it, even a rank 7 true saint would not be able to resist and would be frozen to death. However, Jian Wushuang knew very well that the most terrifying part of the 3 levels of Hell Dao was the final 3 levels. The 3rd level was called the Solitary Hell. That was a truly nightmarish skill, but unfortunately he had yet to master the 3rd level. Chapter 3150 was sensational. The first Hell Dao is so powerful. I wonder what the other 5 Daos will do. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, full of expectation. After killing Bai Yuan and picking up the interspatial ring left by him, Jian Wushuang immediately left. It only took him 25 breaths to kill Bai Yuan, and it took the Purple Cloud Pavilion experts 5 breaths to arrive. That was enough time for Jian Wushuang to leave. After Jian Wushuang left, the experts of the Winter Snow Kingdom were in an uproar. Lord Bai Yuan was killed. Heavenly Sword Marquis, he really killed Lord Bai Yuan. He is a rank 7 true saint. King, many people looked at the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, king of Winter Snow Kingdom. The Winter Snow King was also very excited. Apparently, he had not fully recovered from the scene. After a while, he took a deep breath and immediately looked at a true saint next to him. Did you record the fierce battle between Heavenly Sword Marquis, Lord Bai Yuan? Yes. That true saint replied. That's good. The experts from the Purple Cloud Pavilion will arrive soon. We only need to show them the mirror image. Heavenly Sword Marquis is too strong. "We're not weak at all. Lord Baiyuan's death is not our fault." The Winter Snow King said in a low voice, "Also, we have to announce the mirror image." Announce it completely? The people around were stunned. That's right. The divine beginning realm is extremely cruel. It's not that easy for an expert to rise up. And this heavenly sword, Marquis, his talent is too terrifying. His potential is limitless. And for such a genius with such great potential, he'll more or less be envied and ostracized by some people. As long as we announce this mirror image, many experts of the divine beginning realm, including some high and mighty principles masters, will most likely pay attention to him. It's not a good thing to be the center of attention, the Winter Snow Kingdom said with a cold smile. Soon, the Winter Snow Kingdom released the mirror image. In the past 60 years, the battle between Jian Wushuang and the Purple Cloud Pavilion for the First Heaven was very fierce, and it had become a hot topic among many cultivators. Although it was a topic, it did not cause much of a stir. However, after the Winter Snow Kingdom released the mirror image of the battle between Jian Wushuang and Bai Yuan, the First Heaven, including the Third Heaven, could no longer remain calm. After all, Jian Wushuang had killed a rank 7 true saint. Abnormal, this is too abnormal. Where did this heavenly sword Marquis come from? It was already unbelievable that he could kill a rank 6 peak true saint with a rank 4 true saint, but now he actually killed a rank 7 true saint. That's a rank 7 true saint. In the First Heaven, the strongest person in many forces is only a rank 7 true saint. There are many geniuses in the divine beginning realm. For example, the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, the Tao Palace and the Temporal Temple, all have many top geniuses. Some of them are extremely dazzling, but I've never heard of anyone who could kill a rank 7 true saint with a rank 4 true saint. If Jian Wushuang doesn't die, his future achievements will be unimaginable. Jian Wushuang monster. All the experts in the Third Heaven who heard about this and saw the mirror image were shocked by Jian Wushuang's battle strength. The words Jian Wushuang resounded throughout the Third Heaven in a very short time. One monster, monster, great pervert. All the names were addressed to Jian Wushuang. In the vast chaotic void, Emo Shan, the three-eyed man, and the blue-haired woman were sitting together. In the void in front of them, there was a huge mirror image, which was the mirror image of the fierce battle between Jian Wushuang and Bai Yuan. Haha, I knew that heavenly sword Marquis might give me a surprise. He really gave me a big surprise. Emo Shan stroked his white beard and laughed heartily. More than 100 years ago, when Jian Wushuang was trapped in the mystic realm of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance by the heart, which Emo Shan had been looking forward to Jian Wushuang. He knew that since Jian Wushuang refused his help, he must be confident that he could deal with this situation. As expected, 90 years later, Jian Wushuang hired Dao Dragon at a great price. In addition, he killed the Heart Witch and the others with his battle strength, which was enough to defeat a rank 6 true saint. At that time, he was very excited. Now, 60 years later, Jian Wushuang had killed a rank 7 true saint directly. This heavenly sword Marquis is indeed a bit too heaven-defying. The three-eyed man also said in a low voice, there are many geniuses in the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. Although this time there aren't many dazzling geniuses. In history, there have been incredible geniuses in the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. For example, the super genius Remnant King 8 million years ago was a complete monster. He could also kill a rank 6 true saint with rank 4 battle strength. If he met a weaker rank 6 peak true saint, he could also kill him if he was lucky. The reason why Remnant King's battle strength is so strong is that he is a special life form, and he has a high comprehension of the principles under the careful cultivation of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. He also has a supreme treasure in terms of attack. However, Heavenly Sword Marquis, without the careful cultivation of the major forces, only relied on himself to obtain opportunities and treasures to grow. In the end, his battle strength is much more terrifying than that of Remnant King. It's really shocking. The three-eyed man was, after all, a principal's master, so he had high expectations. He had lived for a long time and had seen many amazing geniuses, but none of them were comparable to Jian Wushuang. Do you think Heavenly Sword Marquis is also a special life form? Emo Shan suddenly asked. Definitely, the three-eyed man said with certainty. He is definitely a special life form, and he must be one of the top ones. Otherwise, his divine power wouldn't be so powerful. Yeah, I think so too. Emo Shan nodded slightly. But even if he is a special life form, to be able to have such combat strength is already very impressive. Moreover, his opportunities are indeed abundant. Looking at this scene, the reason why he was able to kill the rank 7 true saint of the Purple Cloud Pavilion was because of the secret technique he used at the end. And that secret technique, if I'm not mistaken, is the secret technique he comprehended under the Black God Pillar of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, the 6 paths of reincarnation. His battle strength is obviously similar to that rank 7 true saint, but he used this secret technique and easily killed that rank 7 true saint. The secret technique in the Black God Pillar is really amazing. Chapter 3151. Recognition. Emo Shan and the three-eyed man both sighed in admiration at the might of the 6 paths of reincarnation secret technique. At the same time, both of them felt a trace of envy in their hearts. Such a powerful secret technique was something that even the principals, masters yearned for. But unfortunately, they did not have the opportunity. The blue-haired woman was the only one who had been staring at the scene with a solemn expression. Emo Shan, the blue-haired woman, finally spoke. You only paid attention to the last secret skill of Heavenly Sword Marquis. Didn't you notice the many secret skills he used from the beginning? What secret skill? Emo Shan and the three-eyed man looked over. Oh, it's the huge golden emperor phantom behind him and the dark gold armor on his body. The green-haired woman pointed at Jian Wushuang in the picture. Emo Shan and the three-eyed man immediately looked over, but they did not see anything at first. The golden emperor phantom and the dark gold armor on his body should be secret skills that he used. These 2 secret skills have greatly enhanced his divine power. But such secret skills are not rare in the divine beginning world, right? Emo Shan asked. This type of secret technique isn't rare, but the 2 secret techniques that Heavenly Sword Marquis used are much rarer, the green-haired woman said. What do you mean? Emo Shan asked. Don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us what you've seen, the three-eyed man urged. You too. You've both lived for millions of years. You've lived for tens of millions of years. Your knowledge is extraordinary. I think you've all heard of the 7-star mysterious sect. The green-haired woman said seriously. 7-star mysterious sect. Emo Shan and the three-eyed man were shocked. The 7-star mysterious sect was once the overlord of the divine beginning realm. It's the oldest and strongest sect. Of course, the 2 of us have heard of it, Emo Shan said. Although the 7-star mysterious sect had been destroyed for many years and had not been mentioned for many years, as the masters of the rules, they were qualified to know some of the secrets of the divine beginning realm. As for the 7-star mysterious sect, of course, they had heard of it. It is said that when the 7-star mysterious sect was at its peak, even the 3 great saint domains could not compare to it. Only when the 3 great saint domains joined hands would they have the right to compete with the 7-star mysterious sect. Although our heaven-cleaving alliance is now the number 1 free alliance in the divine beginning realm, our strength and foundation are extremely powerful. If we were to fight against 1 great saint domain alone, we could easily gain the upper hand. However, once the 2 great saint domains join hands, I'm afraid that our heaven-destroying alliance would not be able to defeat them. If the 3 great saint domains join hands, even our heaven-cleaving alliance would have no choice but to retreat. At its peak, the seven-star mysterious sect could contend against the three great saint domains at the same time. The three-eyed man's voice was a little agitated. They had all heard some legends about the seven-star mysterious sect. They were also filled with yearning for such an ancient and powerful super-sect. But unfortunately, this sect was destroyed many years ago. The three-eyed man sighed softly. Biyun, we are talking about the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Why are you talking about the seven-star mysterious sect? Could it be that this little guy has something to do with the seven-star mysterious sect? Mo Shan looked at the green-haired woman. I don't know whether it has something to do with him or not, but I know that the secret technique that the Heavenly Sword Marquis used came from the seven-star mysterious sect. The green-haired woman said, What? Mo Shan and the three-eyed man were shocked. Bai Yin, are you sure? Mo Shan immediately asked, I'm sure. The green-haired woman nodded. I've studied the seven-star mysterious sect for a period of time, and I know that the seven-star mysterious sect had 5 strongest secret techniques at their peak. I've also seen the mirror images of some of the seven-star mysterious sect's experts using these 5 secret techniques. I can be sure that among the secret techniques that Heavenly Sword Marquis used, the huge golden emperor phantom behind him is one of the 5 great secret techniques of the seven-star mysterious sect, the Heaven Punisher. As for the dark golden armor that appeared on his body, it was one of the 5 great secret arts of the seven-star mysterious sect, the 9 luminary star armor. Also, you should have noticed that when he was fighting with the rank 7 true saint from the Purple Cloud Pavilion, at first, the divine power aura he emitted was only at the peak of rank 4, but later on his aura suddenly increased and reached the level of a rank 5 true saint. He obviously used secret art that could increase his realm in a short period of time, and this secret art should be one of the 5 great secret arts of the seven-star mysterious sect. The seven-star secret art! Among the 5 strongest secret techniques of the seven-star mysterious sect, the Heavenly Sword Marquis cultivated 3 of them. Do you think he has any relationship with the seven-star mysterious sect? The green-haired woman looked at Mo Shan and the three-eyed man. Mo Shan and the three-eyed man looked at each other with a trace of shock in their eyes. If I'm not wrong, he must have been lucky and obtained the ancient inheritance of the seven-star mysterious sect. Or he must have met a peak expert who survived the seven-star mysterious sect and became the disciple of that expert and learned these 3 secret techniques. But no matter what, he must have some connection with the seven-star mysterious sect. The green-haired woman continued. Originally, it was normal for a cultivator to be lucky enough to obtain the sect's inheritance or become a disciple of a top-tier expert. However, the seven-star mysterious sect is different. The seven-star mysterious sect is the public enemy of all the great factions in the third heaven. The 3 great saint realms, the 4 great divine clans, and the 8 directions celestial sect once joined hands to attack the seven-star divine realm. The seven-star mysterious sect was also destroyed because of this. Over a long period of time, the 3 great saint realm masters in the 3 great saint realms have been paying attention to the seven-star mysterious sect. Anyone who is related to the seven-star mysterious sect will be killed without mercy. And now, this Heavenly Sword Marquis has the 3 great secret arts of the seven-star mysterious sect. And the scene of him fighting with the rank 7 true saint from the Purple Cloud Pavilion has spread all over the third heaven. It's impossible for the 3 great saint realms not to notice it. Moreover, since I can recognize the secret arts that the Heavenly Sword Marquis used, it's impossible for the experts from the 3 great saint realms who have a deeper relationship with the seven-star mysterious sect not to recognize it. Wait, you mean... Mo Shan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the green-haired lady. You should be able to guess what the 3 great saint realms will do if they find out that the Heavenly Sword Marquis possesses the secret techniques of the 3 seven-star mysterious sect. The green-haired lady said. A sharp glint shot out from Mo Shan's eyes. Mo Shan, don't be rash. The green-haired lady hurriedly said, "I know that you admire the heavenly sword Marquis very much, but he is still one of the 3 great saint realms." "I understand." Emotion took a deep breath and nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I know what to do. I don't dare to provoke the 3 great saint-level experts. But I need to remind that little fellow that the 3 great saint-level experts won't come and kill me directly, right?" Chapter 3152. Hall Master's Accident. It's just a reminder, there's no problem. In addition, the reason why Heavenly Sword Marquis allowed the 3 Palace Masters to allow him to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm must be some special reason. The 3 Palace Masters should also take him seriously. You can also report this to the 3 Palace Masters. The green-haired woman said, "Yes, I will go and look for the 3 Palace Masters now." Emotion immediately stood up and went to seek an audience with the 3 Palace Masters. The manor was as beautiful as a fairyland. All kinds of rare and precious beasts were scattered all over the manor. In the middle of the manor, a barefooted bald man in a white robe was sitting on a throne in a grand hall. He was laughing as he looked at the 3 people kneeling below him. The auras of these 3 people were extremely powerful, and they had all reached the peak of rank 7. However, these 3 rank 7 peak true saints had their heads buried in the ground, not daring to raise their heads to look at the bald man above them. Even though the white-robed bald man had always been laughing and had an extremely gentle and understanding appearance, the bodies of the 3 kneeling people were trembling crazily. This trembling was because they were terrified. "Go." The white-robed bald man smiled and waved his hand. The 3 rank 7 peak true saints kneeling in the main hall started to turn into nothingness without any warning. This nothingness was because the 3 of them were gradually disappearing. Even if they disappeared, the 3 rank 7 peak true saints could see their situation. Their eyes were wide open, but they could only watch helplessly as they disappeared. Soon, the 3 rank 7 peak true saints disappeared completely, as if they had never come into this world. After casually killing the 3 people in front of him, the white-robed bald man still had a warm smile on his face. At this time, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared in the main hall. After appearing, he immediately knelt down in front of the white-robed bald man. "Master, there's news about the person you ordered to find," the black-robed figure said respectfully. The white-robed bald man's expression changed, and he looked down. "Speak." "This is a mirror image that I just obtained from the first heaven. Master, take a look." The black-robed figure waved his hand, and a mirror image immediately appeared in the void of the hall. It was the scene of Jian Wushuang and Bai Yuan fighting head-on. The white-robed bald man kept looking at the mirror image. From the beginning to the end of the fierce battle, he was smiling, and his expression did not change at all, until the mirror image disappeared. "Master, the rank 4 true saint in the image is called Heavenly Sword Marquis. He is now a heaven-level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and the one he killed was a rank 7 true saint of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. During this process, the secret skill that Heavenly Sword Marquis used," the black-robed figure had not finished speaking. The white-robed bald man waved his hand. "Heaven Punisher, 9 luminary star armor. If I'm not mistaken, he also used the 7 stars secret technique. Out of the 5 secret techniques of the 7 stars mysterious sect, he used 3 of them at the same time. Not only that, but he is also good at sword Dao, and his combat power is shocking. A rank 4 true saint actually killed a rank 7 true saint, which is 3 ranks higher than him. Ordinary cultivators can't do it at all. Even those special life forms with huge innate advantages probably don't have the ability to do it. Only perfect chaotic creatures with the most perfect life level have the chance to do it." The smile on the white-robed bald man's face became even more dazzling and intoxicating. He possessed the secret arts of the 7-star mysterious sect, and he even had 3 of them. He was also good at sword arts. The key was that his ability to jump levels was ridiculously strong. When the three of them were combined, his identity was obvious. Although his appearance has changed a little, he is, after all, reincarnated. It is normal for him to change. Moreover, it is possible that he has been deliberately disguising himself to change his appearance. The white-robed, bald man muttered softly, "In any case, there is a 99% chance that Heavenly Sword Marquis is the person we are looking for." Jian Wushuang. After confirming Jian Wushuang's identity, the white-robed, bald man immediately sent a message to the other two masters of the Saint Realm. The three began to discuss. "We can confirm that Jian Wushuang is Heavenly Sword Marquis. He is now in the first heaven, and he is fighting with a sect called the Purple Cloud Pavilion. He has only lived for a few years, but he has already reached the rank 4 True Saint Realm and can surpass the rank 7 True Saint Realm. If we continue to let him grow, it won't be long before he is on par with us. Kill him. Since we know his location, we must kill him as soon as possible." Unfortunately, this kid is very cautious. He didn't reveal his life level. Otherwise, the will of heaven would have locked onto his existence and killed him instantly. The third heaven was the core of the divine beginning world, where the will of heaven was the most powerful. There was no doubt about that. However, although the will of heaven was strong, it was still impossible to find Jian Wushuang in the third heaven without Jian Wushuang revealing his life aura. I'm afraid it's not realistic to kill him with the will of heavenly Tao. We have to find him ourselves and kill him at all costs. In addition, let the Witch God sect take action. The Witch God sect's people are very strange and powerful. In the divine beginning world, no one can find a person faster than the Witch God sect. The three great Saint Realm Masters quickly came to a unanimous conclusion. This area was at the bottom of a huge abyss. There was no sunlight here. Everything was pitch black and pitch black. In the center of the vast and boundless dark hall, a hazy dark figure suddenly condensed on a throne. Passed down the order. Find this person called Heavenly Sword Marquis in the picture as fast as possible. Then capture him at all costs. Remember, you must capture him alive. A hoarse voice came out of the dark figure's mouth. It reverberated throughout the entire dark hall. There were at least hundreds of people kneeling in the dark hall. These hundreds of people all had extremely powerful auras and wore black robes. When they heard the dark figure's words, everyone spoke in unison. "We obey the sorcerer god's order." Their voices shook the sky and reverberated throughout the entire hall. The sorcerer god, the real ruler of the sorcerer god sect, was a terrifying existence whose strength was no less than that of the three masters of the Saint Realm. No one in the sorcerer god sect dared to disobey the order given by the sorcerer god himself. However, there was something strange. When the three masters of the Saint Realm sent a message to the sorcerer god, they said that they would kill Jian Wushuang at all costs. But now, the witch god said they would capture him alive. Chapter 3153. Requests to see the Palace Master in an extremely special space-time in the divine beginning realm. There was a huge island. The island was beautiful and incomparably quiet. In the center of the island, there was a courtyard that looked like an ordinary person's house. Beside the lake in the middle of the courtyard, a woman in red was sitting upright, quietly fishing. Suddenly, the space-time around them fluctuated, and a human figure appeared next to them. It was a middle-aged man who was over 5 meters tall and looked like a mountain. "Ba Tsang, why are you here?" The woman in red did not even glance at the middle-aged man. She just asked casually, "I'm here to seek an audience with the Hall Master." The mountain-like middle-aged man, Ba Tsang, said, "Seek an audience with the Hall Master?" The red-robed woman turned her head. "It's not that you don't know where the Hall Master is right now. Furthermore, when the Hall Master left, he instructed us not to bother him unless it's an urgent matter. As far as I know, nothing major has happened in the Hall during this period of time." It's true that nothing major has happened, but what happened today Song frowned. Following this, he took out a token. You should understand after looking at this mirror image. The jade token was activated and a mirror image immediately appeared in the air. The red-robed lady also looked at the mirror image. At first, she was very calm and there was not the slightest ripple. However, after a short moment, her pupils suddenly shrank and a trace of shock flashed in the depths of her eyes. Very quickly, the image disappeared. Now you know why I want to see the Hall Master, right? Song asked. I know. The red-dressed woman nodded slightly. Soon after, she stood up. Wait a moment. I will first send a message to the Hall Master to see if it is convenient for him. Song waited there. A moment later, all right, the red-dressed woman said, after which she took out an ancient bronze mirror. Following a few special hand seals, the surface of the bronze mirror began to ripple like a lake. Gradually, a human face was formed. This human face had the appearance of an old man that was covered in wrinkles. The old man had silver white hair and looked extremely ancient. When they saw this human face, the red-dressed woman and Song immediately bowed. Lord Palace Master, speak, what do you want from me? The silver white-haired old man's voice was very casual. He did not have any airs, nor did he have any high and mighty appearance. He even called himself I and looked very amiable. Temple Master, there is a mirror image here. Please take a look. Song took out the mirror image again. The mirror image was the fierce battle between Jian Wushuang and Bai Yuan. From the beginning to the end, it was very complete. A rank 4 true saint versus a rank 7 true saint. The silver-haired elder raised his eyebrows. When he saw that Jian Wushuang could fight with Bai Yuan in the mirror image, the silver-haired elder could not help nodding in admiration. It's amazing that a rank 4 true saint can have such battle strength. Temple Master, keep watching, Song said. In the image, it was Bai Yuan's strongest move, but he still did not hurt Jian Wushuang. At this point, the silver-haired elder still looked calm. But at this time, Jian Wushuang finally used his full strength. He directly used his killer move, Blood Azura. It was this move that made the silver-haired old man squint his eyes. This swordsmanship is a bit interesting. The silver-haired old man revealed a faint smile. After Blood Azura was used, Jian Wushuang should have continued to use the 6 paths of reincarnation secret skill to kill Bai Yuan. But after Blood Azura used his sword, Song directly took back the mirror token. Temple Master, this little guy is called Heavenly Sword Marquis. He is alone and hasn't joined any sects. He is only an ordinary heaven-level member in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Song said. Well, this little guy is good. Send someone to bring him back immediately, the silver-haired elder said. Yes. Song nodded respectfully, and in the copper mirror, the silver-haired elder's face had already disappeared. Outside the divine beginning realm, the cosmic battlefield where danger and countless opportunities converged. This place was filled with blood and death. In the northern part of the cosmic battlefield, there was a planet that was already barren. Although this planet was already barren and on the verge of collapse, its size was inconceivable. On this planet, on a desolate land, a silver-haired old man dressed in simple clothes slowly stood up. The old man's gaze was deep, but his gaze was incomparably gentle. There was a hint of evil between his brows, and his aura was also incomparably unique. This was an extremely strange and unusual person. He actually fused the space-time divine art I created with my own sword art, creating a sword art that can cause space-time to stop. This has never happened before. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what an interesting little fellow. Even I can't help but want to meet this little fellow. The silver-haired old man sighed softly. He began to ponder in his heart. After a long while, he made up his mind. Forget it. I've been adventuring in this universe battlefield for so long. It's time for me to go back and take a look. On the way, I'll be able to meet this little fellow who surprises me and surprises me." The silver-haired elder smiled and then took 2 steps forward. These 2 steps were very casual. It seemed like a casual step, but 1 step was enough to take him out of the star, and another step would take him to the void hundreds of millions of miles away from the star. In the first heaven of the divine beginning realm, in the void of the territory controlled by the purple cloud pavilion, Jian Wushuang flew while summarizing the battle. This battle was not only to kill Bai Yuan, but also to take revenge on the purple cloud pavilion. The most important thing was that he wanted to temper himself and determine his true strength. After the battle, he had a clear understanding of his strength. "Now, my battle strength should be comparable to that of an ordinary initial, rank 7 true saint in a head-on fight. Once I use my trump card and the 6 paths of reincarnation secret skill, an ordinary initial rank 7 true saint would find it difficult to resist and would have to be killed. If it's an advanced rank 7 or peak rank 7, I'm afraid that I can't kill them with just the extremely hot hell and the extremely cold hell of the Hell Dao. In other words, I can only fight with a rank 7 advanced true saint. If I meet someone at the peak of rank 7 or above, I can only run for my life," Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's expression changed and he took out a token. This token was Emo Shan's communication token. "Elder Emo Shan, you're looking for me?" Jian Wushuang immediately replied. Chapter 3154 made an exception once again. "My dear Heavenly Marquis, I heard that you killed a rank 7 true saint of the Purple Cloud Pavilion with your strength of a rank 4 true saint realm? That's amazing," Emo Shan said with a smile. "Yes, but I was just lucky," Jian Wushuang said. "Lucky? Haha, it's not possible to challenge someone 3 ranks higher," Emo Shan said. Jian Wushuang could only smile. "My young friend, don't be so smug. I'm here to tell you something," Emo Shan said seriously. "Please tell me, Senior." Jian Wushuang was very humble. "This time, the mirror image of you killing the rank 7 true saint of the Purple Cloud Pavilion has spread everywhere in the 3rd heaven. You are indeed famous. But at the same time, you have attracted the attention of countless experts. If I'm not wrong, you must have a lot of secrets," Emo Shan said in a strange voice. "For example, I'm afraid that you have a lot of connections with the ancient 7-star mysterious sect." Jian Wushuang's pupils immediately shrank. "My friend, you don't have to deny that you use the divine punishment skill and the 9 luminary star armor of the 7-star mysterious sect at the same time when you're fighting with the rank 7 expert of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. The secret skill that can improve your realm in a short period of time should also be the 7-star secret skill of the 7-star mysterious sect. A person who possesses 3 secret skills of the 7-star mysterious sect at the same time, no matter how you explain it, you are already related to the 7-star mysterious sect," Emo Shan said. Jian Wushuang was silent. Emo Shan had already decided on this matter, so he naturally would not quibble. "The reason I sent this message to you is to tell you that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can see your relationship with the 7-star mysterious sect from the battle between you and the rank 7 true saint of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, so can the experts of other forces. As for the ancient 7-star mysterious sect, it used to be recognized as the overlord of the divine beginning realm, but has been destroyed after all. Moreover, the 7-star mysterious sect has many enemies. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the 3 saint realms, which stand at the top of the 3 heavens, have a feud with the 7-star mysterious sect. Once the 3 saint realms find out about your relationship with the 7-star mysterious sect, they will definitely try to kill you," Emo Shan said. Jian Wushuang's face was cold. Of course, he knew what Emo Shan said, and he knew more. Once the 3 masters of the saint realm knew where he was, they would kill him at all costs. Even the 3 masters of the saint realm would come personally. After all, he was not only related to the 7-star mysterious sect, but also had a deep relationship with them. Elder Emo Shan is right. Since the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can determine my identity through the mirror images of my battle, the three masters of the Saint Realm must be able to do the same. As expected, the three masters of the Saint Realm in the three Saint Realms already know that I have arrived at the third heaven and am now in the first heaven. I'm afraid they have already ordered experts to come and kill me, Jian Wushuang thought. Of course, although he knew this, Jian Wushuang was not afraid at all. Since he had decided to come to the third heaven, he was prepared to reveal his identity and be hunted down by the three Saint Realms. After all, he was going to reach the peak of the divine beginning world. The path to the peak was full of obstacles. It was impossible for him to grow to the peak quietly and peacefully. He had to rise through the slaughter, and since he wanted to kill, it was inevitable for his reputation to spread. Therefore, he had already expected the current situation, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. My heavenly sword, Marquis friend, your talent is extremely high, and my Heaven-Cleaving Alliance also holds you in high regard. After I found out that you are related to the seven-star mysterious sect, I immediately went to see the three palace masters of my Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The three palace masters also made a decision to make an exception for you and invite you to join the Heaven-Cleaving three palaces for the third time. As long as you join the three palaces, you can cultivate in the Heaven-Cleaving star in the future. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will do its best to protect you and won't let the three Saint Realms touch you at all. Emo Shan said solemnly, according to the rules of the three palaces, a genius could only be invited twice. If the other party rejected both invitations, the three palaces would not invite him a third time. But this time, the three palace masters were willing to make an exception for Jian Wushuang, just as they had made an exception for Jian Wushuang to enter the Heaven-Cleaving mystic realm. From this, it could be seen how much the three palace masters valued Jian Wushuang. However, after hearing Emo Shan's words, Jian Wushuang thought for a moment and still shook his head. Elder Emo Shan, please thank the three palace masters for my kindness, but it's better not to join the three palaces of Heaven-Cleaving mystic realm. My young friend, do you still want to refuse? Emo Shan asked with a strange expression. I've been to the Heaven-Cleaving star and seen many genius disciples of the three palaces. I found that most of them are only at the first, second, and rank 3 true saints. There are not many rank 4 true saints, and there are even fewer true saints above rank 5. Obviously, most of the opportunities in the three palaces are only useful to low-level, true saints. But after reaching rank 4 or 5, the effects of those opportunities will be less and less. I'm already a rank 4 ultimate true saint, and am almost a rank 5 true saint. My battle strength is comparable to a rank 7 true saint. With my strength, even if I joined the Heaven-Cleaving 3 palaces, it would be difficult for me to get another great opportunity. If I go to the Heaven-Cleaving star to cultivate, at most, I can only have a temporary shelter. But even if I can hide on the Heaven-Cleaving star, I definitely can't hide forever. So, I'd better go on my own, Jian Wushuang said. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Emo Shan, who was on the other end of the token, was silent for a while. Then he said, Sure enough, the three palace masters guessed right. You want join the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance again, so they have a backup plan. Backup plan? Jian Wushuang was stunned. My young friend, you go to the nearest mystic realm of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance first. When you get there, send me a message. I'll come to see you in person, Emo Shan said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Immediately, Jian Wushuang followed Emo Shan's instructions and went to the mystic realm of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, which was closest to him. After arriving at the mystic realm, Jian Wushuang sent a message to Emo Shan, who then rushed over through the space passage. In a separate secret room, Jian Wushuang and Emo Shan sat opposite each other at a table. My friend, the three palace masters said that if you don't want to join the three palaces, they want me to give you 2 things, Emo Shan said. Which two things? Jian Wushuang was confused. Chapter 3155. Gift Mo Shan flipped his hand and took out a purple bamboo leaf, other than its color. This bamboo leaf looked no different from an ordinary bamboo leaf at first glance. However, if one were to carefully sense it, one would be able to sense the obscure energy fluctuations contained within the bamboo leaf. This purple bamboo leaf is very impressive. The 3 palace masters have said that you must take good care of it. In the future, if you encounter a real desperate situation where there is no chance of survival, you can take it out and burn it. By then, as long as you are in the divine beginning realm, this bamboo leaf should be able to save your life, Mo Shan said. When Jian Wushuang heard this, he was extremely shocked. As long as he was in the divine beginning realm, the purple bamboo leaf could save his life no matter what kind of danger he encountered. These words were said by the 3 palace masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. How could this bamboo leaf be so amazing? How could the 3 palace masters give such a precious, life-saving item to me? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. He really could not figure it out. If it was just an exception that allowed him to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, it was probably because of his talent. But now, such a precious life-saving item was probably not available to the most outstanding genius disciples of the 3 palaces? Even the personal disciples of the 3 palace masters probably did not have such treatment. But now, the 3 palace masters had given such a precious item to him. What is the reason? Jian Wushuang was very confused, but he could not ask until he saw the 3 palace masters. He would not know if he asked Mo Shan. My young friend, put away this bamboo leaf first. Mo Shan handed the purple bamboo leaf to Jian Wushuang with a hint of envy in his eyes. It was a super treasure that could save one's life in any place in the divine beginning world. Of course, Mo Shan envied it. Even a principal's master like him was not qualified to have such a life-saving treasure. But Jian Wushuang had it. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and did not refuse. Instead, he carefully put the purple bamboo leaf back into his interspatial ring. In addition to the purple bamboo leaf, these 2 beads were also given to you by the 3 palace masters. Mo Shan took out 2 more beads. One of the 2 beads was red, while the other was crystal clear. However, the moment Mo Shan took them out, Jian Wushuang immediately sensed the shocking power contained in the 2 beads. What are these? Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 pearls in shock. One of these 2 pearls was personally refined by Palace Master Azura, and the other one was personally refined by Palace Master Shuiyun. These 2 pearls contain the power of 2 Palace Masters. Although the power cannot be compared to the power of the 2 Palace Masters at their peak, with your guidance, it should be easy for me to kill a principal's master with 1 pearl, Mo Shan said. The power in this pearl can allow me to kill principal's masters easily. Jian Wushuang's eyes widened. The principal's masters I'm talking about usually have open mystic realms and are stronger. However, if they are weaker and haven't even open mystic realms, they can easily kill 2 or 3 principal's masters with this pearl. Even if they have immortal bodies, they won't survive. Mo Shan was very confident. Of course, he was not confident in himself, but in the 3 palace masters. Among the 3 palace masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, each of them stood at the peak of the divine beginning realm. Each of them was terrifyingly powerful. Any one of them could easily slaughter the principal's masters. Although the special beads they refined only contained a part of their power, they could be used to kill 1 or 2 ordinary principal's masters. Of course, there would be no problem. These 2 beads were given to you by the 3 palace masters in case you need them, Mo Shan said. Jian Wushuang did not know what to say. Previously, he had given the purple bamboo leaf as an incredible, life-saving item. Now he had been given 2 beads that could kill an ordinary principal's master. The 3 palace masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance were too kind to him. Elder Mo Shan, you won't be rewarded without merit. These things Jian Wushuang had not finished a sentence. Don't refuse. Mo Shan waved his hand. The 3 palace masters have already given these things to me. They gave them to me personally. There's no reason for me to take them back. If you refuse, I'll be a disgrace to the 3 palace masters. I'm afraid the 3 palace masters won't be happy, Mo Shan said. Jian Wushuang was speechless. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to accept the 2 beads. As Mo Shan had said, since the 3 palace masters had decided to give him something, it would be disgracing the 3 palace masters if he did not accept it as a true saint. Moreover, he was in a bad situation. He needed some trump cards that could save his life or kill the enemy. The purple bamboo leaf and the 2 pearls were given to him by the 3 palace masters were of great use to him. My young friend, I have given them to you according to the instructions of the 3 palace masters. As for what happens next, you will have to rely on yourself. Of course, if you encounter any problems or troubles in the future, you can send me a message. I will not refuse to help you if I can, Mo Shan said. Thank you, Elder Mo Shan. Jian Wushuang was extremely grateful. Mo Shan nodded slightly and then left. After Mo Shan left, Jian Wushuang still had not completely calmed down. What exactly is the reason for the 3 palace masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to treat me so well? Is it because of the 7 stars mysterious sect? Or is it because of my perfect chaotic creature? Or is there really a relationship between the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and my master? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. The 7-star mysterious sect was once the indisputable overlord of the divine beginning world. It was normal for them to have some connection with the first Freedom Alliance of the divine beginning world. As for his perfect chaotic creature physique, it was unacceptable to the heavenly Tao. From the name of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, it could be seen that they wanted to conquer heaven. As for his master, as the first perfect chaotic creature, he also created a powerful secret skill, Heaven-Cleaving Technique. From the name of the Heaven-Cleaving Technique and the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, it was very normal that there was a relationship between the 2. Jian Wushuang thought that all of these reasons were possible, but he did not know which one. Whatever. In short, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is a friend and not an enemy to me. That's enough. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and then began to plan the path he would take next. Chapter 3156. The Prophet. I wanted to have a good fight with the Purple Cloud Pavilion in this territory, but now it seems that it won't work, Jian Wushuang thought. The 3 Saint Realms had already known of his existence, so they would immediately send a large number of experts to kill him. If he stayed in the territory controlled by the Purple Cloud Pavilion, he would be courting death. I must leave immediately and hide my identity. I must never use the name of Heavenly Sword Marquis again. Jian Wushuang had a clear plan in his heart. He immediately set off. In the dark void and the dark earth, there was an ancient altar in the center. The altar was covered with all kinds of strange, secret patterns. A skinny, hunchbacked old man in a black robe stood there with a black snake-head walking stick, looking down at the mysterious runes under his feet. At this moment, whoosh, 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 several figures flew over from the void and landed on the altar in the blink of an eye. Lord Prophet. The leading woman in black bowed before speaking respectfully. The hunchbacked old man holding the snake-headed walking stick raised his head and glanced at the black-robed woman. Is there something the matter? We are here under the orders of the sorcerer god. We would like to ask you to help us find a rank 4 true saint named Heavenly Sword Marquis, the black-robed woman said. Find someone. The hunchbacked old man's turbid gaze narrowed slightly. It's just a name. Even the power of the divine beginning realms, Heavenly Tao, will probably not be able to find it, right? Of course, it's not just a name. The black-robed woman smiled. She then waved her hand, and a black-robed man walked up from behind her. Greetings, Lord Prophet. This black-robed man was only a rank 4 true saint, When he faced the black-robed woman, he was already trembling. Now, in front of this hunchbacked old man, he was even more terrified. After all, the hunchbacked old man was a legendary super-existence. In the Sorcerer God sect, his status was second only to the Sorcerer God. Prophet, this man has met Heavenly Sword Marquis once, and he has a deep impression of him, the black-robed woman said. This black-robed man was one of the few rank 4 true saints who had participated in the assassination of Xiong Tao. At that time, they mainly wanted to assassinate Xiong Tao, but they met Jian Wushuang, so naturally they did not succeed. Is that so? The hunchbacked elder nodded slightly. Then he immediately looked at the black-robed man, who was only a rank 4 true saint, and a strange power swept out. My lord, what are you doing? The black-robed man, who was a rank 4 true saint, was shocked. Don't resist! The hunchbacked elder shouted in a low voice, but the strange power had already surged into the black-robed man's body. No. The black-robed man let out a mournful howl, but his expression quickly calmed down and his eyes closed. I have already found the memory of Heavenly Sword Marquis, the hunchbacked old man said. At the same time, the life force of the rank 4 true saint was completely cut off. His body fell down powerlessly. No one cared about the death of this rank 4 true saint. The black-robed woman looked at the hunchbacked old man expectantly. Lord Prophet, Lord Sorcerer God places great importance on Heavenly Sword Marquis. Can you use this person's memory to find Heavenly Sword Marquis location? Let's give it a try. The hunchbacked old man said, and then closed his eyes. The black-robed woman knew that the hunchbacked old man was already using his technique, so she did not dare to disturb him. After a moment, oh! The hunchbacked old man's eyes suddenly opened, and a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. Following that, with a pew sound, a large mouthful of blood was suddenly spat out, and the aura on his body instantly became extremely weak. Lord Prophet? What exactly is going on? The black-clothed woman was also greatly shocked and hurriedly asked. The hunchbacked old man raised his head, but his gaze was extremely cold. The expression on his face was also uncertain. Let me ask you, who is the Heavenly Sword Marquis that the old Sorcerer God is looking for? The hunchbacked old man said coldly, This I don't know either, but from the orders given by the Lord Sorcerer God, he should place great importance on this Heavenly Sword Marquis. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked me to invite you, Lord Prophet, the black-robed woman said carefully. Humph! The hunchbacked elder snorted and said, That old guy is so easy. Just give me a command and I'll be in trouble. Sir Prophet, what are you? The black-clothed woman was puzzled. The Heavenly Sword Marquis you're looking for has an extraordinary background. I used the path of fate to search for him based on the memory of the rank 4 true saint just now. But I actually suffered a backlash from the principles of fate. Not only did I suffer a serious injury, but from now on, I won't be able to use the power of the principles of fate for 100,000 years, the hunchbacked elder said. What? The black-clothed woman was shocked. The law of fate, if ordinary cultivators, including Jian Wushuang, heard this word, they would be extremely puzzled. Therefore, in their understanding, the principles of heaven and earth did not have the so-called principles of fate. But in fact, the principles of fate existed. It was just that in the divine beginning world, almost no one cultivated it, so ordinary cultivators were naturally not qualified to come into contact with it. And this hunchbacked old man, who was also the Lord Prophet that the black-clothed woman mentioned, was a super expert who specialized in the principles of fate. My usage of the laws of fate has long reached the peak of perfection. In addition, by chance, I obtained a unique secret technique of the principles of fate in the cosmic battlefield. With the clear fate within, it's easy to find a person's trace. Even if I were to find some special life forms or some top existences in the world, I wouldn't have to endure the backlash of the laws of fate, or the backlash would be very light. However, the backlash this time is something that I have never encountered before. Therefore, this person called Heavenly Sword Marquis definitely has an unfathomable background and identity. No wonder the old sorcerer god placed so much importance on him, said the hunchbacked old man. Has the prophet found the location of Heavenly Sword Marquis? The black-clothed woman asked carefully. The hunchbacked old man glanced at the black-clothed lady. Immediately, he flipped his hand and took out a command talisman. This command talisman was a blood-colored command talisman. It contained an extremely strange energy and was extremely unique. Take this command talisman and follow the guidance within it. You will naturally be able to find the Heavenly Sword Marquis. However, you must remember that you only have one chance. If you fail to succeed this time around, it will be impossible for you to rely on me to find his location in the future. The hunchbacked old man said. The black-robed woman took the token, but she was overjoyed. Thank you, Lord Prophet, the black-robed woman said gratefully. Go, tell the old sorcerer god to stop bothering me for the next 100,000 years. The hunchbacked old man waved his hand impatiently. Chapter 3157. Mountain Thunder Castle beneath the huge abyss. So. For figures suddenly rushed out. These 4 people were 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was the black-clothed woman who had just met the hunchbacked old man, the prophet. The 3 of you, I have already given you the token. I'll leave the Heavenly Sword Marquis to you, the black-clothed woman said. The 3 of them looked at each other, and one of the red-haired, handsome men grinned. Don't worry, he's just a rank 4 true saint. Any one of us is more than enough. This time, the 3 of us attacking together are already looking up to him. He definitely won't be able to escape from the 3 of us. The other 2 were also extremely confident, not to mention a rank 4 true saint. Even a rank 7 peak true saint or an invincible saint was nothing to them. One had to know that the 3 of them were all true principles masters. Moreover, they were not ordinary principles masters. Not only were they powerful, but they all also had their own unique methods. With the 3 of them working together, they could even try to surround and kill ordinary principles masters. Could a rank 4 true saint escape? That's for the best, but we still have to be careful. After all, we only have one chance. If we let him escape this time, the prophet will not be able to find his position again. Also, you have heard Lord Sorcerer God's orders. You are not here to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis, but to capture him alive. Remember, you have to capture him alive. If you accidentally kill him, Lord Sorcerer God will be furious. At that time, the 3 of you will also be buried with him, the black-robed woman warned. Don't worry, we will remember. The red-haired handsome man laughed, and then the 3 principles masters set off. A month later at the first heaven, in the center of the dense ancient forest, there was a huge mountain, and above the mountain there was an ancient castle. This ancient castle was called the Mountain Thunder Castle. A light breeze blew past, and 3 figures silently appeared in the surrounding void. These 3 people were the 3 principles masters who had rushed over from the Sorcerer God sect. Is that little fellow called Heavenly Sword Marquis hiding in the ancient castle ahead? One of the brown-haired youths asked. According to the command talisman, this is the place. However, there are quite a few cultivators in this castle. We need to spend some effort to find him later. The red-haired handsome man held the blood-colored command talisman in his hand. He was sensing the fluctuations of the blood-colored command talisman. Since we've already confirmed the location, let's make our move. Void Lord, let's make our move, the brown-haired youth said. The last one was called Void Lord, and he was an evil-looking old man with a strange aura. Hearing the brown-haired youth's words, the evil-looking old man gave a strange smile, and then a strange energy, fluctuation, rose from his body. Inside the mountain lightning castle, All of you, wait here obediently. In a while, the Lord will come to see you. If you're lucky, you can follow the Lord and work for Him. Not only will you get a lot of benefits, but you'll also have a lot of room to grow in the future. If you're unlucky and the Lord doesn't like you, the Lord will probably kill you. Humph. A middle-aged man wearing purple armor and emitting the aura of a rank 7 true saint looked down at the dozen or so cultivators in front of him. The strength of these 10 or so cultivators were all different. The weaker ones were rank 1 and rank 2 true saints, while the stronger ones were rank 3 and rank 4 true saints. However, at this moment, these 10 or so cultivators all had a trace of fear and trepidation in their hearts. Brother Han, our luck is really bad. We actually ran into the mountain lightning fort. A white-haired, then old man softly prays, the mountain thunder castle is infamous in this territory. It's said that the castle master of the mountain lightning castle is an immortal saint whose strength has reached an invincible level. Moreover, this mountain thunder castle master has a very strange temper. He likes people to serve him. Therefore, he often abducts cultivators to his castle and then forcibly forces these cultivators to serve him. If we're lucky, we can be freed in just a few decades. However, if we're unlucky, we might not be able to obtain freedom even if we serve him for tens of thousands of years. We're just passing by this territory, and we actually ran into the mountain thunder castle. We're really unlucky. As the white-haired old man spoke, the surrounding people were also dejected. Obviously, they had all heard of the fierce name of the mountain thunder castle master, and the person that the white-haired old man called Brother Han was a fierce man with a beard and a saber on his back. Not only was the tough man tough, but his aura was also violent and violent. Hearing the white-haired elder's words, the tough man frowned on the surface, but in his heart he just smiled bitterly. My luck is really bad. I just wanted to randomly mingle with a team and wander around for a few decades. I didn't expect that the team I just joined would encounter people from the mountain thunder castle and be forced to come here. That's right, the tough man was Jian Wushuang, who had disguised himself well. He had left the territory controlled by the Purple Cloud Pavilion long ago. In order to avoid the pursuit of the 3 Saint Realms, he had disguised himself and kept a low profile. He just wanted to stay quiet for a while and then find another way. He didn't expect to meet such big trouble not long after he joined the team. The Mountain Thunder Castle had an invincible saint guarding it. Do I really have to cultivate in the Mountain Thunder Castle for a while and listen to the orders of the Lord of the Mountain Thunder Castle? Jian Wushuang frowned. While Jian Wushuang was deep in thought, buzz! A majestic power suddenly exploded outside the Mountain Thunder Castle. This power swept in all directions with shocking momentum. In the blink of an eye, the entire Mountain Thunder Fort and the surrounding void were covered by this power, and the cultivators in the Mountain Thunder Castle were immediately shocked. What's going on? What's going on? The cultivators in the Mountain Thunder Castle were all at a loss. Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank. Is this space-time seal? And it's so powerful. Although Jian Wushuang was still in the Mountain Thunder Castle, he could feel how powerful the power was. Even he was terrified by the power. Without a doubt, the power was used to seal the void. It must be a very terrifying expert, or even a principal's master. I can directly seal the time and space. Is there a strong enemy coming to the Mountain Thunder Castle? Or is it coming to me? Jian Wushuang frowned. I left the Purple Cloud Pavilion territory as fast as I could. I disguised myself and didn't attack again. Even if the 3 Saint Realms have extraordinary means, they shouldn't be able to find me. This time, the strong enemy should be coming to the Mountain Thunder Castle. Jian Wushuang thought. Chapter 3158. Came for me such a huge power directly sealed the space-time around the Mountain Thunder Fort, creating a shocking disturbance. Naturally, the Lord of the Mountain Thunder Fort was the first to be alarmed. Who is it? Who dares to seal the space-time around my Mountain Thunder Fort? A low shout suddenly exploded in the world. Following that, a figure rushed out from the depths of the earth and appeared in the void outside the Mountain Thunder Fort. A green-clothed Mountain Thunder Fort master with long hair fluttering in the wind had an aura that had reached the limit of a true saint. He was a genuine invincible saint, and his strength was extremely tyrannical. However, when he appeared in the void outside and saw the three figures at the end of his line of sight, the Mountain Thunder Fort master's face instantly turned extremely pale. Principal's master, and there are a total of 3 of them. Mountain Thunder Fort master stared at the 3 principal's masters in front of him in great astonishment, feeling his head rumbling. Although he was indeed an invincible saint could only be invincible among the immortal saints. However, compared to a true principal's master, he was far, far inferior. Mountain Thunder Fort master had some confidence in his own strength. However, this confidence had not reached the point where he dared to face a principal's master head-on. What's more, there were 3 principal's masters in front of him. Mountain Thunder pays his respects to the 3 lords. May I know why the 3 lords have come? The Lord of the Mountain Thunder Fort said respectfully, Mountain Thunder. The 3 principals' master stared at Mountain Thunder with interest. They had never heard of the name Mountain Thunder. As for the strength of that invincible saint, Mountain Thunder, they did not put him in their eyes at all. My lords, my master is the Lord of Thunderbugs. He has quite a bit of contact with some of the major figures of the 3 great saints. If Mountain Thunder has offended you in any way, I hope that you will spare him on account of my master. The Lord of Mountain Thunder Fort lowered his head. His attitude was extremely low. He had no idea why these 3 principals' masters had come. But since they had already come and sealed space-time, they definitely were not just passing by casually. Thus, Mountain Thunder Fort master had brought out his backer from the very beginning. He, Mountain Thunder Fort master, had been able to roam freely in the first heaven for so long and had been doing whatever he wanted. He was still alive and well, not only because he was strong, but also because his backer, the Thunderbug master, was really amazing. He was quite famous in the divine beginning world. The Thunderbug master. The 3 principals' masters looked at each other and could not help but smile. They did know the Thunderbug master. After all, the Sorcerer God sect had a close relationship with the 3 holy regions, and the Thunderbug master had a good relationship with the 3 holy regions. The 3 of us didn't come here for you. Moreover, the 3 of us will give your master some face. So as long as you listen to us, we won't make things difficult for you and your Mountain Thunder Fort, said the handsome red-haired man. Thank you, my lords. What can I do for you? The Mountain Thunder Fort lord immediately became attentive. The 3 of us came here to find a person. If nothing unexpected happens, this person will hide in your Mountain Thunder Fort. How about this? You ask everyone in the Mountain Thunder Fort to come out first. The red-haired handsome man said, Yes, my lords. Please wait a moment. The Mountain Thunder Fort lord immediately gave the order for all the cultivators in the Mountain Thunder Fort to come out. The Mountain Thunder Fort was very big, and there were many cultivators in it. Most of them were captured alive by this Mountain Thunder Fort lord. Now, under the orders of the Mountain Thunder Fort lord, these cultivators all appeared in the void in front of the ancient castle. There were actually thousands of cultivators standing there densely. So many people. The red-haired handsome man frowned. Although the 3 of them could sense the general location of the heavenly sword marquee from the blood-red talisman they got from the prophet, they could not find him. Now they followed their senses and came to the Mountain Thunder Fort. However, there were so many cultivators in the Mountain Thunder Fort, so they could only slowly search for him. I saw the scene of heavenly sword marquee fighting. His realm is only at the rank 4 true saint realm. Even if he used a secret technique, he could only reach the rank 5 true saint realm. The red-haired handsome man pondered for a moment, then he ordered, tell all the rank 4 and rank 5 true saints to step forward." "Yes." The Mountain Thunder Fort Master nodded. Under his order, all the cultivators of the Mountain Thunder Fort who had reached the rank 4 and rank 5 true saints stepped forward. There were nearly 100 cultivators of the rank 4 and rank 5 of Mountain Thunder Fort, including Jian Wushuang, who had disguised himself as a tough man. "Something's wrong." Jian Wushuang stood in the crowd and narrowed his eyes. At first, he thought that the strong enemies were here to cause trouble for the Mountain Thunder Fort, but now it seemed that they were not. They are not here to cause trouble for the Mountain Thunder Fort, but to find someone in the Mountain Thunder Fort, and the person they are looking for is between a rank 4 and a rank 5 true saint. There are 3 principals, masters, who have personally taken action and used great means to directly seal space and time. With such a big arm, they are just looking for a rank 4 or rank 5 true saint. Are they really here to find me? Jian Wushuang was also nervous. "All of you, step forward one by one." The red-haired handsome man held a scarlet token in his hand and coldly glanced at the nearly 100 rank 4 and 5 true saints in front of him. These rank 4 and 5 true saints did not dare to disobey him at all, and immediately stepped forward one by one. The red-haired handsome man held the scarlet token in his hand and tested them one by one. As a result, the scarlet token did not change at all when the rank 4 or 5 cultivators passed by. After dozens of cultivators passed by, it was finally Jian Wushuang's turn. "I hope they are not looking for me, or else they'll be in big trouble," Jian Wushuang muttered in his heart. On the surface, he took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the 3 principals, masters, in front of him. Just as he walked to the red-haired handsome man, the result was buzz. The blood-red token in the red-haired handsome man's hand suddenly burst with bloodlight. A large amount of bloodlight even showed signs of covering Jian Wushuang. "What?" Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed. "It's him." Countless cultivators in the Mountain Thunder Fort, including the Mountain Thunder Fort Master, also locked their eyes on Jian Wushuang. "Ha! I finally found you, Heavenly Sword Marquis." The red-haired handsome man also stared at Jian Wushuang with burning eyes and laughed. "Damn it, they really came for me." Jian Wushuang's face had become extremely ugly. As for the many cultivators in Mountain Thunder Fort, they were all shocked when they heard the red-haired handsome man call out his name. Chapter 3159. There was nowhere to run, Heavenly Sword Marquis? Which Heavenly Sword Marquis? Could it be Heavenly Sword Marquis, who killed a rank 7 true saint in the territory controlled by the Purple Cloud Pavilion? That big monster? It's him. It must be him. Only such a monster would provoke the 3 principals, masters, to come here personally. He's Heavenly Sword Marquis. The crowd immediately became noisy, and countless people looked at Jian Wushuang with shock and admiration. The white-haired elder and the others, who had previously called Jian Wushuang Brother Han, were even more stunned. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Mountain Thunder Fort Master stared at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. He's Heavenly Sword Marquis? How could he come to our Mountain Thunder Fort? Mountain Thunder Fort Master was a genuine, invincible saint with a high level of knowledge. When he saw the mirror image of Jian Wushuang fighting with Bai Yuan, he was amazed that Jian Wushuang was an incredible genius. No one in the entire divine beginning world could compare to him. But now, this super genius had sneaked into his Mountain Thunder Fort? The Lord of Mountain Thunder Fort was also shocked. "You should be from the 3 Saint Realms, right?" Jian Wushuang stared at the 3 rule masters with a gloomy face and said, "I want to know how you found us." Boy, you have underestimated this world. You have underestimated the skills of the cultivators in this world. Yes, after you left the territory controlled by the Purple Cloud Pavilion, you were very careful and did not attack again. You even deliberately disguised your appearance. It is difficult for ordinary people to find you, but we have a special way to find you so that you can't escape." The red-haired, handsome man chuckled. "Besides, the three of us don't have much to do with the 3 Saint Realms. As for our origins, you'll know after a while. As for now, you'd better come with us." "Come with you? I'm sorry, I have no interest in going with you." Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic power swept up from his body. It came from the ruler seal. The ruler seal ruled over space and time. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was using the ruler seal with all his strength in an attempt to regain control of the surrounding area. However, the power of the ruler seal had been fully exerted by Jian Wushuang. The formation of the ruler seal had also swept up, but it could not affect the surrounding space and time at all. "I can't even move it at all." Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Since he had obtained the ruler seal from Shuebei, he had used it many times. The power of the ruler seal had never disappointed him. Today, facing the 3 rule masters, he knew that his strength could not contend with them. So he wanted to use the ruler seal to regain control of the surrounding space-time and then escape. However, he did not expect that the power of the ruler seal could not affect the space-time he was in. Haha, he is indeed capable. The wicked and charming elder, Void Master, who was one of the 3 principles masters, let out a cold laugh. The treasure he just used should also be a space-time treasure, and it is not ordinary. Although it has not reached the level of a holy treasure, it should be a top-tier holy treasure. Boy, you have a lot of good treasures. Unfortunately, they are useless. The red-haired handsome man sneered, but his eyes were full of disdain as he looked at Jian Wushuang. "You only use the top-tier holy treasure, but the one that can completely seal the space and time around you is the Void Master next to me. He used a genuine supreme treasure that can seal the space and time. You are a rank 4 true saint. How can you use a top-tier holy treasure as compared to a supreme treasure driven by a principles master?" Jian Wushuang frowned. No wonder he could not move at all. It turned out that the wicked old man was using a holy treasure. Heavenly Sword Marquis, no matter what, you're only a rank 4 true saint. Although you can compete with a rank 7 true saint, you're no different from an ant in front of the 3 of us. If you follow us obediently, you'll suffer less. Otherwise, the brown-haired young man's eyes turned cold. Jian Wushuang merely snorted and did not say anything. However, the Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in his hand. He had used all his secret skills, allowing his strength to reach his peak. However, even in his peak condition, Jian Wushuang was not confident that he could face the 3 principles masters in front of him. "You are so stubborn. Xian sect, I leave it to you. Remember not to kill him. Don't kill him by accident. Just seriously injure him or put him into a deep sleep so that we can bring him back," the red-haired handsome man said. Xian Zong was the brown-haired young man. Hearing the red-haired handsome man's words, he nodded and then looked directly at Jian Wushuang. At this moment, a terrifying power was silently coming toward Jian Wushuang. This power was soul power. Facing a principles master, Jian Wushuang had no ability to resist at all. In an instant, the powerful soul power entered his sea of consciousness and instantly shattered the exquisite pagoda that had been protecting his real soul. Then, it heavily hit Jian Wushuang's real soul. Jian Wushuang's real soul was severely injured and 90% of it was destroyed in an instant. Less than 10% of his soul power remained. Logically speaking, if a cultivator's real soul suffered such a serious injury, even if he did not die, his soul would fall into a deep sleep and it would take a long time for him to wake up again. Xian Zong's goal was to make Jian Wushuang's soul fall into a deep sleep. He could have destroyed Jian Wushuang's soul directly, but he held back at the last moment. "That's enough." Xian Zong spoke. He was very satisfied with his result, and he also thought that Jian Wushuang would fall into a deep sleep immediately. However, Jian Wushuang, who was standing in front of him, suddenly opened his eyes and shot toward Xanzong with a fierce light in his eyes. What? Xanzong was stunned. What's going on? The red-haired handsome man and the demonic elder did not understand either. I don't know. I just used a soul attack and destroyed more than 90% of his soul. If I'm not mistaken, his soul must have fallen into a deep sleep. But now, I can't see any damage to his soul, let alone a deep sleep. Xanzong frowned. Did he just swallow a treasure or elixir that can restore his soul power in the shortest amount of time? Chapter 3160. Could not be suppressed, impossible. No matter how amazing a treasure or elixir was, there would always be a process of recovering one's soul power. However, he had instantly recovered his soul power. This kind of effect was definitely not something that ordinary treasures or elixirs could achieve. Moreover, we didn't see him take out any treasures or medicinal elixirs, the red-haired handsome man said hurriedly. That's right. I was able to clearly sense that this kid's soul had indeed suffered heavy injuries, but it recovered in an instant. At the same time that his soul power recovered, his divine power seemed to have weakened slightly, the bewitching old man said. His divine power weakened a bit. Xanzong was startled. Could it be that he only used a bit of divine power to completely repair the damage to his soul, just like the immortal body? Immortal body, the red-haired handsome man and the demonic old man looked at each other in dismay. Both of them had a hint of shock. Immortal bodies could be controlled by any true Saint Realm cultivator. However, having an immortal body did not mean that one was truly immortal. At the very least, an immortal body had no effect in the face of soul attacks. If a person's soul was directly destroyed, it would be useless to have an immortal body. This was common knowledge of the heavenly Tao. But now, if Jian Wushuang's soul power could be restored instantly by his own divine power, just like the immortal body of a cultivator, it would be too incredible. Although it's incredible, this may be the only explanation. This kid's immortal body can even restore his soul. Xanzong's eyes flashed with a fierce light. No wonder the sorcerer god paid so much attention to him and told us to capture him alive. Since the soul attack is ineffective, let's suppress him. The red-haired handsome man stared at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. Then he suddenly waved his hand. A bright golden light suddenly illuminated the world. In the void in front of Jian Wushuang, a huge golden palace appeared out of thin air. After the golden palace appeared, it floated directly above Jian Wushuang. Then, a terrifying power suddenly pressed down. Is this a suppression treasure? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He could feel the terrifying suppression power coming from the golden palace. The suppressive force was so strong that it should be a suppression-type true treasure. A suppression-type true treasure was controlled by a principal's master. Its power was so terrifying that no principal's master could resist it. Jian Wushuang also felt great pressure in the golden palace. He looked solemn and clenched his teeth. He was holding a red bead in his hand. This bead, it was one of the 2 beads Emotion had given him. It was personally refined by Palace Master Azura, one of the 3 palace masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Once the power of the bead was activated, it was enough to easily kill an ordinary principal's master. Under the pressure of the suppression-type supreme treasure, Jian Wushuang had the idea of activating the bead. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. No, this palace can't suppress me. Jian Wushuang stood there, allowing the terrifying power in the palace to sweep toward him. However, although the suppression power was extremely powerful, it did not affect Jian Wushuang much. How is this possible? The red-haired handsome man was stunned. My sealed temple was obtained from an ancient ruin. Although it's only a primary true treasure, it's still the best among the primary true treasures. Its suppressive power is very impressive. But now, Under the control of me, the principal's master, it can't even suppress a mere rank for true saint? The red-haired, handsome man's face was full of disbelief. He had already realized that his seal temple could not suppress Jian Wushuang. It was not because he could not unleash the power of the seal temple, but because his opponent's level was too high and the seal temple could not suppress him. But Jian Wushuang was only a rank 4 true saint? It's not because of his realm strength, but other reasons that the seal temple could not suppress him. The red-haired, handsome man frowned. He was right. Although Jian Wushuang was only a rank 4 true saint, he was the only perfect chaotic creature in the divine beginning realm. His level of life was too high. It had long surpassed the realm of the divine beginning realm. Even the will of the heavenly Tao could not suppress such a high-level life. Even if the seal temple was controlled by the principal's master himself, it would not be able to suppress Jian Wushuang. He definitely would not be able to suppress Jian Wushuang. This kid is only a rank 4 true saint, but he is so difficult to deal with. His soul attacks and suppression methods are completely useless against him. The red-haired, handsome man's expression was unsightly. He said in a low voice, "Suppression methods are useless, and he can rely on divine power to repair his soul attacks. In that case, we can only force him to destroy his divine power again and again, consume his divine power, and let his divine power run out. When he is unable to recover his soul power, we can ask you to put his soul to sleep." Okay. Xian Zong nodded. "In that case, I'll do it myself." The demonic elder laughed strangely, and then he suddenly moved. Whoosh! A cold aura swept over, and Jian Wushuang could not see the demonic elder clearly. Swish! A dark saber light silently stabbed toward Jian Wushuang's chest. So fast! It's too fast! Jian Wushuang was stunned. He had no room to fight back. Chi! The dark saber light stabbed Jian Wushuang's chest and instantly broke the golden armor on his body. Then, the saber light stabbed Jian Wushuang's heart. Buzz, buzz, Jian Wushuang's body trembled and then collapsed. The principal's master had attacked him personally. With a casual attack, Jian Wushuang could not withstand it, and his divine body directly collapsed. However, in an instant, Jian Wushuang's divine body reassembled again. The demonic elder let out a cold laugh and then attacked again and again. Chi, 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 chi. One after another, demonic and incredibly fast saber lights attacked Jian Wushuang again and again. Although Jian Wushuang had extraordinary strength, he had no room to display his strength in front of the demonic elder. He was hit by the demonic elder's vital points time and time again, and every time he was hit, his divine body would immediately collapse. In just a short while, Jian Wushuang's divine body had collapsed 17 times and replenished 17 times. Under normal circumstances, a true saint's divine body would be at its limit after 5 or 6 reconstitution. His divine power would be exhausted, but Jian Wushuang. Chapter 3161. Boundless divine power _ How could this be? This is impossible, right? 17 times. His divine body has been destroyed a total of 17 times, and it has been reconstructed 17 times, but he still hasn't died. Moreover, from the aura on his body, it seems that he is still extremely powerful. In the surrounding void, the cultivators of the Mountain Thunder Fort stared at the scene in front of them with astonishment. Not to mention them, even the Lord of the Mountain Thunder Fort and the 3 rule masters of the Witch God sect were shocked. How can this kid have so much divine power? His divine power is too vast. His divine body has been regenerated 17 times, but his divine power aura hasn't weakened much. The red-haired handsome man and Xian Zong both had strange expressions. "I don't believe it." The evil-looking elder growled. He continued to attack again and again, each time easily destroying Jian Wushuang's divine body. Jian Wushuang had no room to counterattack. He was being trampled on. Although it was trampling, Jian Wushuang was only consuming his divine power. In a flash, Jian Wushuang's divine body collapsed 15 times. Including the previous 17 times, it was a total of 32 times. Even so, Jian Wushuang had only used up less than 1/3 of his divine power. "Monster!" the demonic elder exclaimed. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes were extremely cold, but there was a sharp light hidden under this coldness. He had been enduring the abuse of the demonic elder and letting the latter destroy his divine body time and time again. It was true that there was a huge gap between their strengths, but at the same time it was Jian Wushuang who had been showing weakness. He had been constantly being abused and had not taken the initiative to fight back. But did he really have no room to fight back? The answer was no. In the void, Jian Wushuang, who had been wantonly ravaged by the evil elder and had his divine body destroyed time and time again, remained extremely calm. His consciousness had always been very clear. In his hand, the red pearl had always been tightly held by him. There is only one principal's master who is attacking now. Even if I attack now, I can only kill the evil elder alone. However, I can't kill the other two principal's masters. No matter who is alive, I want to have a chance to escape. Therefore, if I don't attack now, I will think of a way to kill all three principal's masters at lightning speed. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, "Kill the principal's master, or kill all three of them." If the people around knew what Jian Wushuang was thinking, they would think he was crazy. The principal's master was a superior existence. Even an invincible immortal saint was like an ant in front of the rule master. A mere rank 4 true saint was like an ant among ants. A rank 4 true saint wanted to kill the principal's master? This was definitely a joke. However, Jian Wushuang knew very well that he definitely had the strength to kill the principal's master. To be exact, it was his trump card that had the ability to kill the principal's master. The two beads Emotion gave him were refined by Palace Master Askance and Palace Master Watercloud. Each bead had the ability to easily kill the principal's master. Moreover, Emotion had said at that time that the pearls could kill principal's masters who had opened a mystic realm of heaven and earth. If they were principal's masters who had average strength and had not opened a mystic realm of heaven and earth, they could easily kill 2 or 3 principal's masters at the same time. As for the 3 principal's masters in front of him, Jian Wushuang did not know their actual strength, but judging from the scene in front of him, the 3 of them were not very strong. There are only 2 beads given by the 3 palace masters. Each of them is priceless and can be used to save my life at critical moments. I have to use such a treasure sparingly. In this crisis, it would be best if I use only 1 bead. If I can't use the second bead, I have to kill all 3 principal's masters as long as I use both beads. Jian Wushuang thought quickly. It was because the bead was too precious that Jian Wushuang did not use it immediately. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to attack. Even if he was trampled on by the evil elder, he would endure it. Chi, 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 chi. Dark saber lights entered Jian Wushuang's divine body, causing it to collapse again and again. By now, Jian Wushuang's divine body had collapsed a total of 58 times, and he had only used up half of his divine power. This scene made the demonic elder's face extremely unsightly. You two, stop watching from the side and attack together. ITL'll be faster this way. The red-haired handsome man and Heart Sect looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then the 2 principals, masters, moved at the same time. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up. This is my chance. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. He was waiting for an opportunity, and this opportunity was for the 3 principals, masters, to attack at the same time. Only when the 3 of them gathered together and he activated the power of the bead could he severely injure the 3 principals, masters, at the same time. If he was lucky, He could even kill 1 or 2 of them on the spot. Come on. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone with a fierce light. He held the red pearl tightly with his right hand and began to increase his strength slowly, intending to crush the pearl. But suddenly, buzz! A strange space-time fluctuation came from the void next to him. Sensing this space-time fluctuation, the evil elder, the handsome red-haired man, and heart sect immediately stopped. All 3 of them looked at the source of the space-time fluctuation. Jian Wushuang also looked at it. When they saw it, everyone's pupils shrank. They saw that the space around them had been completely sealed, and there were ripples in the space. The space ripples grew larger and larger until they formed a space tunnel. That's right, it was a spatial tunnel. The space-time where the mountain lightning fort was located had already been completely sealed off by the demonic old man, who was the Void Master, controlling the supreme treasure. Under normal circumstances, not even a mosquito could fly in, but now someone had forcefully opened up a spatial tunnel in the space-time. After this spatial tunnel appeared, a figure directly stepped out from the other end of the spatial passage and appeared in the void, appearing in front of everyone present. He was over 5 meters tall and looked like a mountain. He crossed his arms, and his cold gaze swept over everyone present in a domineering manner. Following that, he suddenly grinned. This place is quite lively. Chapter 3162. Temporal Temple Bot Song. This place is quite lively. When the 5-meter tall domineering man's laughter rang out, the entire world was silent. The 3 principals masters and everyone present stared at the person who had appeared. After a long while, the 3 principals masters were the first to react. The red-haired handsome man immediately asked, "Who are you?" "The Temporal Temple, Bot Song." The 5-meter tall domineering man said, "The Temporal Temple? They are from the Temporal Temple." A wave of exclamations immediately sounded in the surrounding void. Although the Temporal Temple, one of the 3 great freedom alliances, was not as famous as the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect in the Divine Beginning World, and the number of experts was far from that many. However, the Space-Time Divine Hall was publicly acknowledged as the most mysterious of the 3 great freedom alliances. It was not just the 3 great freedom alliances. It was also considered the most mysterious in the entire Divine Beginning World. The Space-Time Divine Hall specialized in studying the laws of space-time. All the powerful warriors of the Space-Time Divine Hall were extremely proficient in the aspect of space-time. For example, many powerful warriors in the Divine Beginning World had astonishing techniques in the aspect of space-time. Many of them came from the Temporal Temple. However, it was such an enormous and tyrannical alliance. Up until now, other than the people in the Temporal Temple, no one knew where their lair was. No one knew why the Temporal Temple was created. However, since a very, very long time ago, that was when the Divine Beginning World had just opened, the Temporal Temple had already existed. In terms of ancient times, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect could not compare to the Space-Time Divine Hall. As for the 3 great sacred domains of the third heaven, they were far less ancient than the Space-Time Divine Hall. Such a mysterious and tyrannical alliance in the Divine Beginning World, there was not a single powerhouse who did not feel fear. This fear was even deeper than the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect. However, the experts of the Temporal Temple were few and far between. They did not show their faces easily and did not reveal their identities. Therefore, in the Divine Beginning World, it was common to see experts and geniuses from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance or the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect. However, it was rare to see people from the Temporal Temple. And now, this 5-meter tall domineering man before them was surprisingly from the Temporal Temple. And judging from his aura, he was one of the principals masters of the Temporal Temple. While everyone was shocked by the identity of the newcomer, the 3 principals, masters of the Witch God sect, were shocked by the name of the newcomer. Batsong? The Temporal Temple's master? It's actually him. How did he come here? The red-haired handsome man and the other two stared at Batsang, their eyes filled with fear. They were all principal's masters, but this Batsang master was much more famous than the three of them. Master Batsang, what happened here should have nothing to do with the temporal temple or you, right? I wonder what exactly is the matter, Master Batsang. The red-haired handsome man's voice was gentle. His attitude was also quite low. Humph! You three principals, masters, actually ganged up to bully a rank 4 true saint of our temporal temple. And you still say that it has nothing to do with me? Batsang coldly said, and a world-shaking domineering aura wantonly swept out. The surrounding heaven and earth instantly stirred up a storm. This kid is from your temporal temple. The handsome, red-haired man was startled. Impossible, Zong said in a low voice. Before we made our move, we had already thoroughly investigated his background. If we said that he has a certain relationship with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance or even the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect, we would believe it. However, the temporal temple. This kid has never had any contact with the temporal temple. Since when did he become a member of your temporal temple? This little fellow is indeed a member of our temporal temple. As for when he joined, that has nothing to do with you. If the three of you are sensible, then get lost obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. The corners of Batsang's mouth were suffused with a cold intent. Batsang, you are going too far. The red-haired handsome man's expression sank. He said in a low voice, even though you are strong, the three of us aren't weak either. We are all principal's masters, and the three of us can be considered polite to you. Don't be so shameless. Zong and the bewitching old man's gazes were also incomparably cold. Batsang's fame was indeed great, but the three of them had only heard of some of Batsang's deeds. They had never truly experienced it before, and they could not help but feel suspicious in their hearts. Furthermore, they were all principals, masters. They were more or less confident in their own strength. If they were to face Batsang alone, they would probably be intimidated by his reputation and retreat. However, now that the three of them were working together, they were naturally not afraid of Batsang. Oh, am I going too far? In that case, I shall bully you all. Batsang smiled coldly. He slowly lifted his right hand and pointed in the direction of the red-haired handsome man. This simple point looked ordinary. However, the space where the red-haired handsome man was distorted. The entire space was distorted, turning into a spiral. Even the god body of the red-haired handsome man was distorted. No. What did you do? The red-haired handsome man screamed shrilly. The divine power in his body surged, trying to struggle. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not get rid of the space-time he was in. He could not stop the space-time from distorting, as well as his god body. This distortion finally reached its limit. Boom! The void exploded, and even the red-haired handsome man's divine body exploded on the spot. After the explosion, a terrifying destructive force appeared in the void, instantly shattering the red-haired handsome man and the void he was in. Not even a speck of dust was left. Silence! The entire world descended into a deathly silence. The countless cultivators present widened their eyes, looking at this scene in disbelief. The principal's master! This was a true principal's master, a dignified principal's master. In such a short period of time, it could be said that in just an instant he was directly killed. The principal's master died so easily. Run! Zong and the demonic old man reacted from their fear. They immediately used their fastest speed to run for their lives. They no longer had the courage to fight against Batsang. There was nothing they could do. The difference in strength was too big. Watching the two of them escape, Batsang only smiled faintly. Then he formed a fist with his right hand and casually smashed it into the void beside him. A large amount of spatial ripples were created in the void, and these spatial ripples spread out at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they extended to the bodies of the two fleeing principal's masters. Chapter 3163. Return to the temporal temple _humph. Humph. Two muffled groans sounded at the same time. The two principals, masters, were obviously injured. But even though they were injured, their footsteps did not stop at all. They did not even dare to turn their heads. "I'm in a good mood today, so ill spare your lives. Go back and tell that sorcerer god of yours to not have any designs on this little fellow in the future. Otherwise, our temporal temple won't mind letting him have another taste of being a stray dog." Ba Tsang's deep voice reverberated in the world. Most of the people around did not hear Ba Tsang's last words. But when the two rule masters heard it, their bodies trembled and they fled even faster. As the two principals masters disappeared from everyone's sight, the space-time seal around the Mountain Thunder Fort was naturally lifted. Ba Tsang's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Looking at Ba Tsang, Jian Wushuang immediately recalled the scene where he killed the red-haired handsome man with one finger. He was shocked and immediately bowed. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, greetings, Lord Ba Tsang." Jian Wushuang was naturally grateful to Ba Tsang. After all, if it were not for Ba Tsang, he would only have been able to resolve the crisis by using the two pearls. Now that Ba Tsang had chased away the three rule masters, he naturally kept the two pearls as his trump card. At the same time, Jian Wushuang was also quite curious. He had indeed cultivated the space-time divine skill and could be considered a member of the space-time temple. But he had never made any contact with the space-time temple. So how could the people of the space-time temple know of his existence? Moreover, he had specially sent such a powerful principal's master to save him? "Little guy, come with me," Ba Tsang said. "Where are we going?" Jian Wushuang raised his head in confusion. "Back to the space-time temple, of course. Where else can we go?" Ba Tsang laughed. But Jian Wushuang was still a little hesitant. "What? You don't want to go to the space-time temple?" Ba Tsang looked over. "Of course not. I wasn't prepared at all. Moreover, I'm in a terrible situation. Even the three saint realms have their eyes on me. If I go to the temporal temple, I'm afraid it'll bring great trouble to the temporal temple," Jian Wushuang said. "Trouble? Ha! You're underestimating my temporal temple. In the divine beginning realm, my temporal temple can do whatever it wants. Even the heaven-cleaving alliance and the divine ancestor Taoist sect fear my temporal temple. As for the three saint realms, they wouldn't dare to attack my temporal temple." Ba Tsang was very confident. "Don't worry. You are a member of the temporal temple. We will protect you and won't let anyone bully you, not even the three saint realms. Let's go." Ba Tsang no longer cared whether Jian Wushuang agreed or not. He grabbed Jian Wushuang's arm. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the two disappeared into the void. Many cultivators of the Mountain Thunder Fort were still standing around. Even when they saw Ba Tsang and Jian Wushuang disappear, they did not come back to their senses. After a long time, the Lord of the Mountain Thunder Fort finally woke up. "Good Lord, a principal's master was killed on the spot. I didn't expect such a big battle to happen in my small Mountain Thunder Fort, and a principal's master was killed. Thanks. Temporal Temple Ba Tsang? I've never heard of him, but he's a super existence now. Master might know him." They were miles away from the Mountain Thunder Fort. Whoosh! Two figures appeared out of thin air. After Jian Wushuang appeared, he looked at his surroundings in astonishment. The surrounding environment was obviously different from the Mountain Thunder Fort. Jian Wushuang was sure that he was very far away from the Mountain Thunder Fort, but it only took a moment. "Is this teleportation?" Jian Wushuang exclaimed. "Yes, it's teleportation." Ba Tsang looked over, he smiled, and said, "When you have reached the fourth stage of comprehending space-time principles, you can master teleportation. Your current realm is still relatively low. Although your comprehension of space-time rules is not bad, you are still far from the fourth stage. But don't worry. When you return to the space-time temple, there are a lot of space-time cultivation resources in the temple. With your talent, you can easily reach the 4th stage. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. At first, he did not want to go to the Time and Space Temple, but seeing Ba Cong, he was afraid that he would have to fly there. However, Jian Wushuang did not dislike going to the Temporal Temple. After all, the Temporal Temple mainly focused on the space-time rules. There were a large number of experts who had reached the peak of space-time research, as well as a variety of space-time secret skills. They already knew how to use the space-time principles. These were all things that Jian Wushuang looked forward to. It was different from the heaven-cleaving star of the heaven-cleaving alliance. The cultivation resources on the heaven-cleaving star only had a great effect on some weaker, true saints. However, the stronger they were, the weaker the effect would be. With Jian Wushuang's current strength, it would be difficult for him to get a great opportunity to go to the heaven-cleaving star. However, many cultivation resources in the Temporal Temple were very useful to him. Little guy, let's keep going. It's still far from here to the Temporal Temple. Ba Cong smiled, grabbed Jian Wushuang's arm, and began to teleport again. At the bottom of the huge abyss, there was no sunlight. Everything was pitch black and pitch black. In the middle of the vast, dark hall, a hazy, dark figure condensed on a throne. Below, Heart Sect and the demonic old man, Void Master, knelt there in extreme fear. They lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the person on the throne. Failed. A low and somewhat hoarse voice came out from the mouth of the dark figure. The prophet endured the price of the principles of fate's backlash. It wasn't easy to find the location of that little fellow. After that, I asked the 3 of you to capture that little fellow alive. But in the end, you 3 principals masters joined hands, and not only did you fail to bring the little fellow back, but on the contrary, one of you even died. Such trash. What use do I have for you? His voice was filled with anger and killing intent as it rose up in the great hall, scaring Zong and Void Master so much that their expressions changed. Lord Sorcerer God, Zong said, the 3 of us have indeed tried our best, but that level 4 true saint named Heavenly Sword Marquis is truly strange. Not only can he rely on his divine power to recover his soul, but his divine power is also as vast as the sea. The 3 of us have defeated his divine body nearly 50 times, yet his divine power has barely been used up by more than half. And before we could completely exhaust his divine power, the Azure Overlord of the Temporal Temple had arrived. Chapter 3164. Hidden Special Time and Space Hearing Zong's words. The dark figure on the throne could not help but remain silent. Even a real soul could be repaired directly by divine power? Moreover, a rank 4 true saint's divine power was as vast as the sea, and his divine body had been broken and reassembled 50 times. But he had only used up half of his divine power? In addition, Jian Wushuang's battle strength was absolutely heaven-defying. It seems that the rumor is very likely true, the dark figure murmured softly. Rumor. Zong and Void Master looked at each other, but they did not know what dark figure meant. What happened next? The dark figure looked down. Zong replied. After Ba Cong arrived, he directly said that Heavenly Sword Marquis was a member of his Temporal Temple and wanted us to leave. The 3 of us did not agree at first, but Ba Cong was terrifyingly strong. He killed Zong with just a casual finger. Void Master and I could only flee immediately. Ba Cong. The dark figure muttered. I've heard of Ba Cong Master from the Temporal Temple. He went to the universe battlefield for a period of time and was quite famous. In terms of strength, he could be considered as the top among the principals masters of the divine beginning world. Even compared to the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving alliance, he was only slightly weaker. With such strength, it's indeed easy to kill the 3 of you. Zong and Void Master could not help but lower their heads. Although they had heard of Ba Tsong's fame before, they did not truly feel that Ba Tsong was that terrifying. After all, there were 3 rule masters working together, and they were confident that they could fight with Ba Tsong. But in the end, Ba Tsong's strength far exceeded their imaginations. That heavenly sword Marquis left with Ba Tsong. The dark figure asked. Yes, he must have gone to the temporal temple with Ba Tsong, said Xianzong. That's troublesome. The dark figure tapped on the armchair. The temporal temple is the most mysterious and ancient force in the divine beginning realm. No one in the divine beginning realm knows where the headquarters of the temporal temple is. Even the experts under the temporal temple don't know about it. Since Ba Tsong has brought him to the temporal temple, unless he comes out from the temporal temple in the future, no one in the divine beginning realm has the chance to deal with him. Even though the Sorcerer God sect has many methods, we can't do anything to the heavenly sword Marquis in the temporal temple. Forget it. We've already missed the chance. We can only wait for the next chance. We just don't know if the heavenly sword Marquis will give us another chance. The dark figure sighed a few times, but his body slowly turned into nothingness. Seeing the dark figure disappear, Xianzong and Void Master, who were kneeling there, heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, after knowing that they had failed their mission and failed to bring Heavenly Sword Marquis back to the Sorcerer God sect. The Sorcerer God was angry, but he did not blame them. Indeed, they had done their best. Jian Wushuang was just too difficult to deal with. It was a dark and boundless void. They had reached the edge of the first heaven. Jian Wushuang followed Ba Tsong and teleported almost 100 times to get here. Ba Tsong could teleport hundreds of times. He could travel trillions of miles and teleport hundreds of times. It was a long journey. If Jian Wushuang traveled on his own, he would not be able to get there without the help of the space passage for decades. However, he arrived here in just a moment through teleportation. Here we are. Ba Tsong and Jian Wushuang appeared in the dark void. After they appeared, Jian Wushuang looked at the dark void in front of him with some confusion. Master Ba Tsong, the temporal temple is here? Jian Wushuang was extremely astonished. The dark void in front of him was filled with nothingness, but it did not look like the nest of a force at all. Of course the space-time temple is not here. This void is just one of the sensing points to enter the temporal temple, Ba Tsong said. Sensing point? Jian Wushuang was even more confused. Our temporal temple specializes in the principles of space-time. We have already reached the peak in the use of space-time. Our lair is in an extremely special space-time, Ba Tsong explained. This special space-time is not a mystic realm of heaven and earth. It is even beyond the divine beginning world. In short, this special space-time is hidden in the divine beginning world, but no one can find it. No one can find it? Jian Wushuang was stunned. In that case, how can we go to the temporal temple? Of course, there is a way. Ba Tsong smiled and waved his hand. A strange space-time fluctuation spread out. After the space-time fluctuation spread out, a unique space-time passage slowly took shape in the void in front of Jian Wushuang. This is the tunnel leading to the temporal temple, Ba Tsong said. Of course, this tunnel cannot be formed so easily. Several conditions must be met at the same time. First, the space tunnel can only be formed at the sensing point. As I said, the temporal temple is in an extremely unique space-time, which is incompatible with the divine beginning world. Under normal circumstances, it's almost impossible to enter this unique space-time from the divine beginning world. However, the founder of the temporal temple, the temple master, found a way to connect the temporal temple with the divine beginning world. Then he set up some sensing points in some places in the divine beginning world. These sensing points can be connected to the space-time where the temporal temple is located. For example, the void where you are now is one of the sensing points. The second condition is that only the core members of the temporal temple will know how to connect to the space-time where the temporal temple is located and form a space-time tunnel. As for the third condition, it's even more demanding. You need to have a high level of comprehension of the space-time principles, or even a complete comprehension of the entire space-time principles before you can successfully form this space-time tunnel. In other words, even if you're a core member of the temporal temple, if you haven't completely comprehended the space-time principles, you won't be able to enter the temporal temple by yourself. If you want to enter, you can only send a message to the senior experts of the temporal temple, asking them to act and lead you in. Is that so? Jian Wushuang could not help praising. At the same time, he also understood why the temporal temple had existed in the divine beginning world for so many years, but no one knew where its lair was. It turned out that the lair of the temporal temple was so well hidden. Chapter 3165. Principles of Fate. Let's go! Follow me! Ba Tsang said and led Jian Wushuang into the temporal tunnel. With a flash of light, Jian Wushuang reappeared in a vast sea. The sea was vast and calm. At first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary sea. However, Jian Wushuang could clearly sense that the water in this sea was not ordinary water at all. It was endless divine power. Yes, it was divine power. This vast sea was all formed by divine power. This divine power! Jian Wushuang looked at the sea below in astonishment. Suddenly his body shook again. No, not only the seawater but the surrounding space. This space seems to be different from the outside world. It was different. Jian Wushuang found that the space he was in now seemed to be more stable than the outside world. And it was much more stable. How can this be? How can this special space be more stable than the divine beginning realm? Jian Wushuang exclaimed, "What's the big deal?" Ba Tsang smiled. The divine beginning realm is indeed a huge thing, and its heavenly will is omnipotent. However, the divine beginning realm is a little too big. It's impossible to completely stabilize the space in such a big territory. It's fine in the third heaven, but if you go beyond the third heaven, those places at the edge, such as the endless territory, it doesn't even involve the will of the heavenly Tao, so the space is not stable. But the temporal temple is located in is different. Therefore, the temple master who created this space-time might not be as powerful as the will of the heavenly Tao in the divine beginning world. However, our space-time is much smaller, so it's easier to control and stabilize it, Ba Tsang said. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. He also understood what Ba Tsang meant. Little guy, you have just entered this space-time. What you have seen is just some insignificant means of this space-time. Later, you will follow me to the space-time island. When we arrive there, you will be truly amazed. There are many incredible things on the space-time island in the outside world, Ba Tsang said with a smile. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes became full of anticipation. He was indeed looking forward to the time-space island. Let's go. Ba Tsang waved his hand and said at the same time, it's still a long way from here to the time-space island. If you have any questions, just ask. I'm only responsible for bringing you to the time-space island. When we get to the island, I won't bother with you anymore. Jian Wushuang was stunned. After a moment of silence, he immediately spoke. Lord Ba Tsang, there is indeed something I don't understand. It has nothing to do with the time-space island. I just want to ask, how did you know that I was in danger and come to rescue me? Rescue? Ba Tsang smiled. Little guy, don't misunderstand. I didn't know that you were in danger. As for why I came in time, it was purely a coincidence. Just a coincidence. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. How did you find me, Lord Ba Tsang? Jian Wushuang really wanted to know. Not only could Ba Tsang find him, but the three principals masters who had come to capture him also did not know how they found him. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Ba Tsang laughed. Little guy, you have underestimated this world. Do you think that as long as you are careful and don't reveal your strength and skills and go through a disguise, no one will be able to find you? You are too naive. Let me tell you, this world is far from as simple as you think. There are all kinds of methods. Although you have tried your best to hide your body, you still have a way to find your specific location. For example, there is an extremely special treasure in my temporal temple. It was this special treasure that helped my temporal temple find you. Of course, the reason why I was able to find you is because you have cultivated the temporal divine art of my temporal temple and have a relationship with my temporal temple. That's why I was able to find you through that special treasure. But if it were someone else who had nothing to do with the temporal temple, they wouldn't be able to find it even with the help of the treasure. There's such a treasure. Jian Wushuang was extremely surprised. Of course there is. Ba Tsang smiled. As for the 3 rule masters who came to deal with you, they should be from the Sorcerer God sect. Sorcerer God sect. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. As far as I know, there is a mysterious prophet in the Sorcerer God sect. No one knows how strong he is, but his comprehension of the principles of fate is extremely high. Ba Tsang said, "The principles of fate." Jian Wushuang was stunned. There are principles in fate. Why haven't I heard of it before? Principles of fate is one of the rules of heaven and earth. It's extremely mysterious and terrifying. In fact, there are many principles of heaven and earth. You only come into contact with some common rules. It's easier to comprehend these common rules, but there are also some unorthodox rules. Although few people comprehend them, it doesn't mean that they are not strong. For example, the principles of death, the principles of karma, the law of life and death, and so on. The principles of fate is a kind of unorthodox but terrifying principle. Even in the entire divine beginning realm, there are only a few people who can comprehend the law of fate. As for those who can comprehend the principles of fate to an extremely high level, there are almost none. That prophet from the Sorcerer God sect should be the only person I know who has comprehended the principles of fate to an extremely high level. When he meditates on fate, he can sense your existence and your specific location according to the river of fate. Naturally, the Sorcerer God sect will be able to find you, Ba Tsang said. Jian Wushuang understood and had a new understanding of this world. By the way, since there are people in the Sorcerer God sect who can find me through the river of fate, then the 3 saint realms or the power of the will of heavenly Tao will be able to find me easily, Jian Wushuang said with a frown. 3 saint realms. Ba Tsang smiled. Although there are many experts in the 3 saint realms, no one has reached an extremely high level of comprehension of the principles of fate. How can they find you? As for the power of the will of heaven, little guy, let me tell you, in the divine beginning world, you don't have to take the power of the will of heaven too seriously. What? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Don't take the power of the will of heaven too seriously? Chapter 3166. Spacetime Island. The will of the heavenly Tao in the divine beginning realm seems to be high and mighty, but in reality there are many restrictions. These restrictions make the will of the heavenly Tao far less terrifying than you think. Of course, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao is omnipotent to you immortal saints or existences that are even weaker than them. However, once a cultivator reaches the level of a principle's master, they no longer need to worry about the will of the heavenly Tao. Principles masters control a complete set of principles and are extremely powerful. The power of the will of the heavenly Tao alone is not enough to kill a principle's master, Ba Tsang said. The power of the will of the heavenly Tao in the divine beginning world can't even kill a principle's master. Jian Wushuang was stunned. What, you don't believe me? Ba Tsang smiled. That's right. Your level is still too low. When you grow up and reach the level of a principle's master, you won't care about the will of the heavenly Tao like other principles masters. If you reach the peak, like Temple Master, Heaven Cleaving Alliance Master, and the founder of the divine ancestor Taoist sect, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao will be nothing but a joke in front of you. Of course, although the will of the heavenly Tao can't do anything to the principle's master, it can kill the principle's master with the help of others. For example, the 3 masters of the saint realm in the 3 saint realms were able to become the principle's masters because of the will of the heavenly Tao, which allowed them to surpass the principle's masters. Jian Wushuang suddenly understood. Indeed, if the will of heavenly Tao in the divine beginning world was omnipotent, it should be easy for the will of heavenly Tao to find him. But in fact, the will of heavenly Tao could not find him unless he revealed his perfect life level again. The space-time island is ahead, Batsong suddenly said. Jian Wushuang immediately looked up. At the end of the sea ahead, a huge and boundless island appeared in front of him. The island could not be seen with the naked eye. Jian Wushuang was still some distance away from the island, but the moment he saw the island, he was attracted by the thing on the island. What is that? Jian Wushuang looked at the huge monster lying on the island with a trace of shock. The monster occupied 1/10 of the entire island and was extremely tall. Although it was quite far away, Jian Wushuang could still see clearly that it should be a huge exotic beast. This exotic beast was covered in transparent, glass-like scales, densely packed, and its body structure was quite strange. It had 4 legs and 2 sharp claws. The head of the exotic beast was a bit like a snake, however, it was more domineering than a snake. Jian Wushuang stared at the huge beast. Even though it was far away, he could still feel a large amount of the power of space-time principles from it. It's so rich in the power of space-time principles. What kind of beast is it? Jian Wushuang exclaimed. It's a space-time beast god. Have you heard of it? Ba Tsong looked over. Space-time beast god. Jian Wushuang frowned. When the divine beginning realm was first established, many powerful exotic beasts and special life forms were born. Some life forms were born with the principles of heaven and earth as one body and were favored by the principles of heaven and earth. This space-time beast god is one of them. It was born with complete control over the principles of space and time. Its divine body, its bones, blood, and even any part of its divine body all contain the majestic power of the principles of space and time. It will be of great help to cultivators who are comprehending the principles of space and time. Therefore, every part of the body of the space-time beast god is extremely precious in the divine beginning realm. A random scale on its body can be sold for at least billions of holy elixirs at the auction. Ba Tsong said, "A scale is so precious." Jian Wushuang was shocked. To the naked eye, this enormous space-time beast god had more than a few densely packed scales on its body. If one scale was worth billions of holy elixirs, then all of these scales added together, its value was simply an astronomical figure. Of course, a complete space-time beast god was an incredible existence and could not be measured by its value. Lord Ba Tsong, how did this space-time beast god appear on the space-time island? Also, is this space-time beast god alive or dead? Jian Wushuang could not help asking. Many years ago, Temple Master deliberately found a way to bring this space-time beast god to the space-time island. As for whether he is alive or dead, guess? Ba Tsong gave a strange smile. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. Well, follow me into the space-time island first. Ba Tsong smiled. Jian Wushuang immediately followed Ba Tsong into the time-space island. On the huge and boundless island, there were mountains, rivers, and peaks. And in the very center of the island, there is a chain of buildings. And the strange thing is, these buildings, including every tree, every weed, even every stone on the island, all seem to contain the power of time and space. Here, it was like a sea of time and space. Along the way, Jian Wushuang looked around curiously. What made Jian Wushuang feel strange was that he had been on this space-time island for a long time. Now that he was in front of the palaces, He did not meet anyone on the way. The entire space-time island, it seemed that there was no one around. It was very quiet. Only when Jian Wushuang stepped into the palaces did a figure rise. Lord Batsang. It was an elder with a childlike face and white hair. His aura was very faint, but Jian Wushuang could tell that he was also a principal's master. The fact that a principal's master called Batsang Lord was enough to show Batsang's strength. Qin Yang, haven't you been in closed-door cultivation? How come you have time to come out? Batsang looked at the elder with a childlike face and white hair. I've been in closed-door cultivation for too long, and I haven't made any progress. I might as well go to the world and see if I can make a breakthrough. The white-haired elder, Qin Yang Master, smiled and then looked at Jian Wushuang. Who is this little guy? His name is Heavenly Sword Marquis. He was just brought here from the outside. He is also a member of the Temporal Temple. Moreover, he has cultivated the space-time divine skill, Batsang said. Oh. Lord Qin Yang's eyes immediately lit up. He then flipped his hand and took out a drop of sand that was emitting a strange light. Young friend, it's our first time meeting. Please accept this small gift. Lord Qin Yang handed the sand to Jian Wushuang. Chapter 3167. Space-Time Goldstone, Space-Time Sand. Batsang looked at the sand that Qin Yang Master had taken out, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. Qin Yang, you're quite willing to part with it. If this space-time sand were to be sold on the market, it could be sold for 7 to 8 billion holy elixirs. If you're lucky, it could even be sold for 10 billion holy elixirs. But you actually took it out so casually. Haha, it's just a small thing. It's not worth mentioning. Master Qin Yang laughed heartily. Jian Wushuang was a little dumbfounded at this moment. He looked at the strange sand in front of him, somewhat at a loss. This sand was worth 10 billion holy elixirs. Moreover, he had never seen Master Qin Yang before, right? This was only their first meeting. Since they had just met, Master Qin Yang had given him such a valuable treasure as a gift. Even a principal's master would not be so rich. Little guy, this is a small gift from Qin Yang. Please accept it, Batsang said. Jian Wushuang did not reject Batsang's offer. Thank you, Mr. Qin Yang. Don't call me Mr. Qin Yang. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Qin Yang from now on. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Next time, I'll have a drink with you, Master Qin Yang said. Then he flew to the side. After Master Qin Yang left, Qin Yang is a good man. Batsang curled his lips. Master Batsang, how can Mr. Qin Yang be so generous? Jian Wushuang asked. Generous? He is not so generous to others, but you are different, Batsang said. I've just said that you have cultivated the space-time divine skill. In the Temporal Temple, anyone who is qualified to cultivate the space-time divine skill is destined to have a super talent in the space-time Tao. With the careful cultivation of our Temporal Temple, such a genius is more than 90% likely to become a top expert in the future and definitely stronger than him. Because of this, he has the opportunity to befriend you. He will give you the space-time sand as a gift so that you will remember this favor. In the future, when you grow up, if he encounters any trouble and asks for your help, I'm afraid you won't be able to refuse. Even if you take 10,000 steps back, if you don't live up to your expectations and fail to become a top expert in the future, or if you die halfway, he will only waste a piece of space-time sand. A piece of space-time sand is nothing to a principal's master like him, who is proficient in the principles of space-time. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood, but then he asked, Master Batsang, you just said that in the Temporal Temple, everyone who has cultivated the space-time divine skill is extremely talented and has great potential. Don't tell me that most of the experts in the Temporal Temple have never cultivated this divine skill? Of course. Batsang nodded. Although the Temporal Divine Palace is one of the 3 major free alliances in the Divine Beginning Realm, it is different from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect. There are very few cultivators in the temporal divine palace, not to mention the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the Heavenly Ancestor Daoist sect. There are more cultivators in any force or sect in the divine beginning realm than in the time and space divine palace. However, our temporal divine palace focuses on the quality of the cultivators and does not care about the quantity. Therefore, even if you go to the space-time island, you will not see many cultivators. Among the many cultivators under the command of the temporal temple, there are only 20 or so who have the ability to cultivate the temporal divine skill. There are only 20 or so people in the entire temporal temple who have cultivated the temporal divine skill. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's go. Temple Master Bai Xing has been waiting for a long time, Batsong said. Temple Master White Star. Jian Wushuang repeated the name. Under the guidance of Batsong, Jian Wushuang soon arrived at a courtyard. Beside the lake in the middle of the courtyard, a red-clothed woman was quietly fishing. When Batsong and Jian Wushuang arrived at the courtyard, the lake was still calm and without any ripples. Temple Master White Star, I have brought this little guy here, Batsong said in a loud voice. The red-clothed woman, who was sitting quietly, turned her head slowly, and a beautiful face appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. This face was not only beautiful, but also extremely noble. It was as if it did not exist in the mortal world, making one's heart waver. Little guy, let me introduce you. This is Temple Master Bai Xing. Temple Master Bai Xing is the Deputy Temple Master of our temporal temple. As for Temple Master, he has been wandering in the universe battlefield for a long time and has not shown his face for a long time. When Temple Master is not around, Temple Master Bai Xing is usually in charge of many things in the temporal temple, Batsong said. Heavenly Sword Marquis, greetings, Temple Master Bai Xing. Jian Wushuang immediately bowed respectfully. Little one, welcome to the time-space island. Temple Master Bai Xing smiled at Jian Wushuang. At the same time, she put down the fishing rod in her hand, stood up slowly, and walked toward Jian Wushuang. She did not stop until she was less than a meter away from Jian Wushuang. Temple Master Bai Xing stared at Jian Wushuang with her gem-like eyes. I've seen your mirror image. You killed a rank 7 true saint with your rank 4 true saint realm cultivation. Your talent is amazing. I've never seen it in the history of our temporal temple. I was just lucky, Jian Wushuang said humbly. Maybe. Temple Master Bai Xing raised her eyebrows and asked, how did you master the space-time divine skill of our temporal temple? Through it. Jian Wushuang flipped his hand and took out a strange gold stone. At first glance, this gold stone looked no different from an ordinary gold stone. However, when they saw this gold stone, Temple Master Bai Xing and Batsong's pupils shrank. Space-time gold stone. This is the space-time gold stone left by Temple Master himself. Temple Master Bai Xing looked at Jian Wushuang with sparkling eyes. Little guy, it seems that I have underestimated your talent in space-time principles. The Temple Master personally refined this space-time gold stone. Back then, the Temple Master had refined 3 such gold stones. He originally wanted to use these 3 gold stones to select disciples, but because no one had been able to comprehend the space-time divine skill through these gold stones for a long time, he gave up. After so many years, these 3 gold stones have long been lost in the divine beginning realm. I didn't expect that you could actually get one. Moreover, you were able to comprehend the space-time divine technique inside through this gold stone. It's truly amazing. It's a pity that Lord Palace Master has always been in the universe battlefield, and he gave up the idea of using this gold stone to take in a disciple a long time ago. Otherwise, if he knew that you had comprehended the space-time divine technique inside through the space-time gold stone, he might really take you in as a disciple. Chapter 3168. Personal Verification. Space-Time Temple Master has accepted me as his disciple. Jian Wushuang's eyes darted around. Space-Time Temple Master was a super expert who stood at the top of the pyramid in the divine beginning realm. Even the will of the heavenly Tao had to retreat in front of him. Even the three masters of the saint realm in the three saint realms, who stood high above, did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Space-Time Temple Master. As for ordinary principles masters, they had to kneel in front of Space-Time Temple Master. Such a supreme existence was already at the invincible level. In the divine beginning realm, the only people who could compete with him were the heaven-cleaving Alliance Master and the founder of the divine ancestor Taoist sect. How could such a supreme existence accept him as a disciple? If it were an ordinary person, they would be overjoyed. However, Jian Wushuang appeared indifferent. Moreover, the Temporal Temple Master had long given up the idea of using the space-time stone to accept disciples. Little guy, although the Temple Master might not accept you as a disciple, you have already proved your talent in space-time by comprehending the space-time divine skill in the time-space stone comprehension stage. As long as you cultivate hard in the future, your achievements will not be too bad under the cultivation of the resources of our temporal temple, Batsong said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. By the way, there's one more thing that I need to verify, Temple Master Baixing suddenly said. Verify what? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. I saw your fight before. Your swordsmanship combined perfectly with the space-time principles. It seems to be quite exquisite. I want to see it with my own eyes, Temple Master Baixing said with a smile. Hearing Temple Master Baixing's words, Batsong, who was beside him, had a strange look on his face. Of course. He knew why Temple Master Baixing did this. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded. Temple Master Baixing immediately waved his hand. With this simple gesture, a separate space-time appeared around him. Although this space-time was not big, it was enough for Jian Wushuang to display it to his heart's content. With one hand, a single space-time was formed. Temple Master Baixing is so powerful, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. However, he could understand that the Temporal Temple was one of the three freedom alliances in the divine beginning world. Since Temple Master Baixing was able to become the Deputy Temple Master of the Temporal Temple, she was in charge of most of the matters in the Temporal Temple. Her strength must be extraordinary. Jian Wushuang estimated that Temple Master Baixing's strength was at least as strong as the three palace masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Jian Wushuang, Temple Master Baixing, and Batsong had already stepped into this separate space-time. Little guy, show your swordsmanship to your heart's content. Don't be afraid. Temple Master Baixing stood there and looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. With a flip of his hand, the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Looking at Temple Master Baixing in front of him, a trace of excitement flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. It was a great blessing for Jian Wushuang to be able to fight with an expert of Temple Master Baixing's level. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang moved directly. His body swayed, and he immediately performed the silver light movement technique. He easily appeared in front of Temple Master Baixing like a ghost and immediately slashed out the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. A shocking violent aura suddenly swept out. It was the Peerless Sword Manual, Shixiang. Temple Master Baixing raised his hand and casually slashed out again. Immediately, a small green light swept out. With a clang, Jian Wushuang was directly sent flying. Jian Wushuang was not discouraged. His body swayed, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand immediately became hazy. It was the first move of the Peerless Sword Manual, Star Dream. Buzz! The sword light passed through Temple Master Baixing's divine body, but it did not touch the real body. It's too fast. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He did not see how Temple Master Baixing moved, but it was obvious that Temple Master Baixing was no longer in the void in front of him. Continue. An indifferent voice came from behind Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at Temple Master Bai Xing again, and then, boom! An earth-shaking power swept out. It was the Peerless Sword Manual, the first move of Setting Sun. As soon as the setting sun appeared, a terrifying space-time annihilation power suddenly swept out. Oh, space-time annihilation! Temple Master Bai Xing raised his eyebrows, and his expression finally changed. Then he counted with his index finger, and the space-time annihilation formed in front of him instantly collapsed. The space-time annihilation had returned to its original calm. Combining sword skill with space-time annihilation, this move is not bad. Temple Master Bai Xing smiled. Since Jian Wushuang had displayed his sword skill, he had already displayed 3 sword skills. Although Shi Xiang and Star Dream were not bad, they were not worthy of Temple Master Bai Xing's attention. However, the Setting Sun move perfectly combined sword skill with space-time annihilation, which made Temple Master Bai Xing's eyes light up. If you have any other swordsmanship, feel free to use it. Temple Master Bai Xing smiled. Jian Wushuang did not disappoint Temple Master Bai Xing. Soon he used his sword again. Life and Death Moment. 9th Firmament Illusionary Sword Realm. Emperor Blood Kill. 3 sword moves were used one by one. Temple Master Bai Xing did not care about the 2 sword moves, Life and Death Moment, and 9th Firmament Illusionary Sword Realm. It was not until Emperor Bloodkill was used that Temple Master Bai Xing showed a strange expression again. Previously, it was a combination of sword technique and space-time annihilation. But this sword technique is actually a perfect combination of space-time suppression. While displaying the sword technique, it also exerted the space-time suppression to the extreme. Haha! What an interesting sword technique. I'm surprised that you can think of this. Temple Master Bai Xing smiled. Obviously, Temple Master Bai Xing was very appreciative of the Emperor's blood kill that Jian Wushuang had created. He was even more impressed with it than he was with the Setting Sun move. Little guy, I saw you fight with the rank 7 true saint from the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Your swordsmanship should be more than this. You should have a more powerful move. Show me that move too. Temple Master Bai Xing's eyes were full of expectation. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, and his expression became unusually solemn. He stared at Temple Master Bai Xing in front of him, and in the next moment he drew his sword. He slowly raised the sword in his hand. It seemed to be a very simple action, but it instantly stirred up the surrounding space and time, and the surrounding void became completely blood-red. The blood-red sky, the blood-red earth, and even the air were filled with a large amount of blood fog. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was no longer a human cultivator, but an Azura in hell. This was a blood-red Azura. This is the sword. The moment they saw Jian Wushuang raise his sword, Temple Master Bai Xing and Batsong, who were also in this space-time, had their eyes suddenly lit up. They had all seen the scene of Jian Wushuang fighting with Bai Yuan. In that scene, Jian Wushuang had displayed many sword skills, but what really shocked them was the sword that Jian Wushuang had displayed. This sword technique was called Blood Azura. Chapter 3169. Hua! The sword light slashed out, its power shocking the world. And at the instant the sword light slashed out, majestic power of space-time suddenly covered the void in front of them. Palace Master Bai Xing was in this void, and the first thing she sensed was the existence of this power of space-time. As expected, Temple Master Bai Xing smiled and allowed the space-time power to envelop her, but her figure was not affected at all. When the sword light came down, Temple Master Bai Xing only raised her hand, and the sword light stopped 1 meter in front of her. That's enough, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jian Wushuang immediately withdrew his sword and retreated to the side. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Temple Master Bai Xing looked at Jian Wushuang again, but his expression had become very serious. What's the name of the sword skill you just displayed? And did you really create this sword skill? I named this sword skill Blood Azura. Of course, I created it myself. Jian Wushuang's expression was strange. He could see that his blood azura sword skill had shocked both Temple Master Baixing and Batsang. Your sword technique is very powerful, Temple Master Baixing said. If I'm not mistaken, you've perfectly combined your swordsmanship with the heaven-designated skill, the first move of the space-time divine skill, right? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. How did you do it? Temple Master Baixing asked. How? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He answered subconsciously, I just wanted to incorporate the heaven-designated skill into my swordsmanship. I tried to do it, and I did it. What Jian Wushuang said was the truth. In the Peerless Sword Manual, except for the 2 moves of Shi Xiang and Star Dream, he created the other 5 sword moves in the Bodhi world in the mystic realm of the North Blood Realm. The Bodhi world was obtained by the North Blood Realm in the universe battlefield, and it contained a great opportunity. He stayed in the Bodhi world for a full 100 years, observing a large number of exquisite swordsmanship and continuously comprehending it. Only then did he create these 5 sword moves. As for the Blood Azura move, he did have the idea of incorporating a heaven-designated skill into his own swordsmanship. Then he tried again. During the process of trying, he continued to study it and succeeded. There was no other reason or a special factor. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Temple Master Baixing and Batsang looked at each other with strange expressions. Temple Master Baixing, Lord Batsang, what's going on? From the looks of you two, it seems that the sword skill I created is very unusual. Jian Wushuang asked. Nonsense, of course it's unusual, Batsang said directly. Boy, I'm afraid you don't know that the space-time divine skill is the most powerful divine skill that Temple Master created personally. Since Temple Master created it, most of the cultivators in our temporal temple have had a hard time comprehending it. It's impossible to combine this divine skill with other secret skills or incorporate it into their own attack moves. Since the creation of the temporal temple, countless experts and talented people have been born in the temporal temple. However, none of them have been able to integrate the time-space divine skill into their own offensive skills. Never. No. Even Lord Temple Master himself, although he is the creator of the time-space divine skill, I have never heard Lord Temple Master say that he can integrate the time-space divine skill into his own offensive skills. In other words, you are the first one in our temporal temple to integrate the time-space divine skill into his own skills. Do you think what you have created is powerful? Heavenly Sword Marquis, do you know why Batsang came to pick you up personally? Temple Master Baixing looked at Jian Wushuang. It was because we saw you fight with the rank 7 true saint of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. During that fight, we saw that your sword had merged with the space-time divine skill, so we were alarmed. We even reported it to the Temple Master, who personally ordered Batsang to pick you up. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was stunned. He did not expect that the sword skill he created would be so amazing. Although he was proud when he created Blood Azura, he did not expect that his move would make the 2 experts, Temple Master Baixing and Batsang, so moved. Even Temporal Temple Master's original body was alarmed and ordered Batsang to come and pick him up. Boy, you're really amazing. You're the first one to incorporate the space-time divine skill into your swordsmanship. Batsang smiled. Jian Wushuang was flattered. Well, it's been verified. Your talent in space-time is indeed beyond ordinary people. Now, follow me, Temple Master Baixing said. Jian Wushuang immediately followed Temple Master Baixing to the void ahead. Under the guidance of Temple Master Baixing, it did not take long for Jian Wushuang to arrive at a towering temple. The temple was not big, but it was extremely majestic. In the center of the temple, there were neatly arranged divine tablets. Each of these divine tablets was lifelike and contained boundless vitality. At a glance, there were more than 1,000 divine tablets. What are these? Jian Wushuang looked at the divine tablets in front of him in confusion. These are the divine tablets of the cultivators under the command of the temporal temple. Every expert under the command of the temporal temple will leave a divine tablet here, and this divine tablet will contain a trace of his life aura. With this trace of life aura, the temporal temple will be able to sense his condition and his location, making it easier for us to rescue him in time. Take an ordinary principal's master under my temporal temple as an example. If this principal's master is in danger while adventuring outside, he can ask for help from my temporal temple. My temporal temple can rush to his location in the shortest time according to the life aura he left on the divine throne. In addition, if a cultivator under my temporal temple accidentally dies while adventuring outside, his divine throne here will be directly destroyed. We can also know that he is dead, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood, but suddenly his expression changed. Temple Master Bai Xing, if you said that every expert under the command of the space-time temple would leave a divine seat here, then why are there so few divine seats here? There are only over 1,000 divine seats. Could it be? Jian Wushuang thought of possibility, and his expression immediately became strange. Temple Master Bai Xing smiled and said, You guessed it right. There are only about 1,000 experts in the temporal temple who are still alive. Their divine seats are all here. Chapter 3170, Space. In the divine beginning realm, the temporal temple, one of the 3 freedom alliances, only has more than 1,000 experts under its command. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang's face was full of disbelief. Not to mention a behemoth like the temporal temple. Even the ordinary sects in the divine beginning realm had countless disciples and experts as long as they were slightly stronger and had some foundation. Some large sects or forces had hundreds of thousands of cultivators under their command or even millions of them. For example, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance had an unknown number of core experts and disciples, and if the outer experts were included, there were countless of them. It was the same for many sects, but the temporal temple, which was worthy of the name of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, only had more than 1,000 cultivators under its command. That was too few. The number of cultivators in the temporal temple is indeed not many. It is far inferior to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the Divine Ancestor Daoist sect. It is even inferior to many ordinary forces in the divine beginning world. However, the strength of a force is not determined by the number of cultivators in the period. Temple Master Bai Xing said with a smile, It is true that there are only more than 1,000 cultivators in the temporal temple, but these cultivators are all very powerful. Ordinary people are not qualified to enter the temporal temple. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Obviously, the temporal temple paid attention to the quality of the cultivators. Temple Master Bai Xing raised his hand slightly, and a brand new divine throne immediately floated out. Little guy, transfer a trace of your life aura into this divine throne, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and immediately transferred a trace of his life aura into the divine throne. After the blood aura entered the divine throne, Jian Wushuang immediately had a special connection with the divine throne. Now that you have your own divine seat, from today onwards, you will officially join the temporal temple. This divine seat represents you and will be placed here in the future. Because of this divine seat, you will also have a certain connection with the experts of our temporal temple. Temple Master Bai Xing looked over. Jian Wushuang had already discovered it. After his divine throne was formed, he had a special connection with Temple Master Bai Xing and Batsang. This connection could only be found among cultivators who belong to the temporal temple. Little guy, you have to remember that although the number of cultivators in our temporal temple is very small, our temporal temple is still able to become one of the 3 freedom alliances in the divine beginning world. Moreover, we are feared by all the sects and powers. This is not only because we have many top experts and special means, But most importantly, the cultivators in our temporal temple are very united. Kill. Palace Master Bai Xing said, "The cultivators of the temporal temple never kill each other. Anyone who kills each other will be executed. If they meet each other while they are traveling, they will help each other. If anyone is in danger while they are traveling, countless cultivators of the temporal temple will try their best to find a camp. At the same time, if anyone dares to kill the cultivators of our temporal temple, all the top experts of our temporal temple will rush forward. Because of this, no one in the divine beginning realm dares to mess with our temporal temple. Even a weaker, true saint under our temporal temple can do whatever he wants when he's out there." Many years ago, when the temple master created the temporal temple, he told us that if any cultivators from the temporal temple were to clash with experts from other forces while they were traveling outside, we should win first. We don't need to care about the consequences. We have the support of the entire temporal temple. Jian Wushuang's blood boiled when he heard Temple Master Bai Xing's words. If they were to clash with experts from other forces, should they not win first? Should the temporal temple bear all the consequences? How domineering was this? This was the confidence that a superforce should have. You must remember what I said. If you go out in the future, don't embarrass the temporal temple. Temple Master Bai Xing said with a smile. "All right, let's go out." Temple Master Bai Xing immediately led Jian Wushuang out of the palace. After they walked out of the palace, Ba Cong spoke directly. "Temple Master Bai Xing, this little guy is now a member of my temporal temple. My task has been completed, so I'll take my leave. As for the rest of the matter, I'll leave it to you to tell this little guy." "Okay." Temple Master Bai Xing nodded slightly. "Kid, cultivate well. I'm looking forward to your growth in the future." Ba Cong grinned at Jian Wushuang and left in a flash. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, I'll take you to the space-time island. There are a lot of opportunities on the island, and I'll introduce them to you one by one." Temple Master Bai Xing said, "Opportunities?" Jian Wushuang was full of expectation. Under the personal guidance of Temple Master Bai Xing, Jian Wushuang soon arrived at the center of the island. When he arrived, he saw a huge open space. On the open space was the time-space beast god, which was so huge that even Jian Wushuang was shocked. Even though this time beast god was crawling, its huge size still occupied 1/10 of the entire island. Previously, Jian Wushuang had only looked at this space-time beast god from afar and was not that shocked. But now, Temple Master Bai Xing brought him to the front of the space-time beast god and looked at it. Jian Wushuang could not help feeling numb. "Little guy, the space-time beast god in front of you is one of the many opportunities on the time-space island," Temple Master Bai Xing said. "This time-space beast god is an opportunity." Jian Wushuang was surprised. "Of course it's an opportunity. Look carefully at the scales on the time-space beast god," Temple Master Bai Xing said with a smile. Jian Wushuang immediately looked over. The enormous space-time beast god had more than 10,000 scales, and each scale was not small. Jian Wushuang focused his attention on one of the scales. In just a moment, he felt a strong power of space-time principles from the scale. Space-time principles, it's really space-time principles. There are a lot of space-time principles in this scale, and these principles are very unique. Jian Wushuang frowned. He could feel that the power of the space-time principles in the scale was arranged in a very special pattern. The arrangement was from shallow to deep, and it was completely step-by-step for people to comprehend. This feeling doesn't feel like dissection, but more like dividing the space-time principles step by step. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Dividing and dissection were very similar. They both made the originally complex and difficult rules of heaven and earth easier to comprehend. Chapter 30:171. For example, the gold-cracking secret manual that Jian Wushuang had exchanged for in the treasure pavilion, the gold-cracking master, dissected the space-time principles step by step, making it easier for Jian Wushuang to comprehend the space-time principles. But this time-space beast god divided the space-time principles into 2 parts. For parts, 8 parts, and even 16 parts it continued to divide. As it continued to divide, although the space-time principles had increased in number, it had become very simple. It was very easy to comprehend. You can see it now, right? Palace Master by Xing looked over. The space-time beast god was born with complete control over the space-time law, and the complete space-time principles has fused into the many scales on its body. The time-space beast god has a total of 13,300 scales, and each scale contains certain space-time principles. As long as someone can fully understand the space-time principles of the 13,300 scales, he will naturally have complete control over the space-time principles. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood, but at the same time he was ecstatic. 13,300 scales, which is equivalent to dividing the space-time principles into 13,300 parts. And each part is subtly divided so that people can easily comprehend it. Jian Wushuang's eyes were slightly red. This space-time beast god was the dream of countless cultivators who comprehended the space-time principles. It's much easier for me to comprehend the space-time principles when I divide them. It's easier than dissecting the space-time principles in the Golden Crack Secret Manual. Besides, I've only got 2 volumes of the Golden Crack Secret Manual, so I can't dissect the space-time principles completely. However, this time-space beast god can dissect the space-time principles in the most subtle way. Haha! If I could comprehend it in front of the time-space beast god, why would I need the gold-splitting secret manual? Jian Wushuang growled in his heart. The gold-splitting secret manual had been of great help to him over the years. The reason why his comprehension of the space-time principles had improved so quickly was largely due to the gold-splitting secret manual. However, after seeing the time-space beast god in front of him, Jian Wushuang knew that the gold-splitting secret manual was far inferior to the time-space beast god in front of him. The time-space beast god was more helpful to him, allowing him to comprehend the space-time principles more quickly. Most importantly, the time-space beast god was complete, and the dissection of the space-time principles in the gold-splitting secret book was only a part of it. The magic of this time-space beast god is not as simple as what you see now. It's just that the time-space beast god contains some special abilities. You're not qualified to observe it yet. At the very least, you have to fully grasp the space-time principles and become a principles master to be qualified. However, for you now, it's already very good enough to comprehend the space-time principles with the help of the 13,300 scales of the time-space beast god. Temple Master by Xing said. Time-space beast god. Do you have any other secrets? Jian Wushuang looked at the time-space beast god in front of him, but his heart was burning with passion. You can meditate on the time-space beast god later. Now, it'll take you to the other fortuitous places. Temple Master by Xing led the way again. Under the guidance of Temple Master by Xing, Jian Wushuang soon came to the edge of a cliff. There was a black stone bridge floating in front of the cliff. It was unknown what material the black stone bridge was made of, but the aura it emitted was very unique. This is the Heavenly Bridge, Temple Master by Xing introduced. The Heavenly Bridge is used by the cultivators of the Temporal Temple to test and test. There are 32 levels of the Heavenly Bridge, and each level is more difficult than the last. If someone can pass all 32 levels, it means that he has completely mastered the principles of space-time. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are very talented in space-time principles. Since you just came to the Temporal Temple, with the help of the cultivation resources of the Temporal Temple, you will have a rapid breakthrough in your strength. If you can't judge the progress in the space-time principles, you can try the Heavenly Bridge. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then Temple Master Bai Xing led Jian Wushuang to a thatched cottage in the center of the space-time island. Strangely enough, there were a lot of buildings in the center of the space-time island. These buildings were extremely tall, lofty, or exquisite. Only here was a simple thatched cottage, which looked very different from the others. This thatched cottage is where the true martial mystic realm is located, Temple Master Bai Xing said. The true martial mystic realm. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Is there a mystic realm inside this cottage? Yes. Temple Master Bai Xing nodded. Follow me. Temple Master Bai Xing led Jian Wushuang into the cottage. As soon as he stepped into the cottage, Jian Wushuang immediately found that the scene in front of him had changed. Jian Wushuang had arrived at a huge ice field. This ice field should be located in the center of the sea. The entire ice field was so huge that one could not see the end of it with the naked eye. Above the ice field, there were also icebergs standing tall. These icebergs were all different in size, but they were densely packed and very numerous. As soon as Jian Wushuang arrived at the ice field, he immediately looked around. But he did not find anything different about this secret realm. Heavenly Sword Marquis, come down with me. Temple Master Bai Xing floated toward the ice field, and Jian Wushuang followed him. They landed on the ice field, and there was an ice mountain in front of them. Look! Temple Master Bai Xing raised his hand and pointed at the ice mountain in front of him. Jian Wushuang looked at it, and his pupils immediately shrank. He had noticed that there were 3 words written on the ice mountain in front of him with a sharp weapon. Illusory Spear King. The 3 words were obviously a name. The moment Jian Wushuang saw the name, an ancient image immediately appeared in front of him. The image happened in the ice field of the true martial mystic realm. A 2-meter-tall middle-aged man with a shaggy beard was holding a long spear in one hand. In the silence of the world, the middle-aged man moved his wrist, and a unique artistic conception rose up. The long spear in his hand immediately whistled out. Buzz! 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 It was just a long spear, but in Jian Wushuang's eyes, dozens of long spears appeared at the same time. They all stabbed out in the same way, like strange phantoms. Time and space condensed into a line. Chapter 3172. Left behind by the principal's master, what a terrifying spear attack! It's too fast and too strange. It was only a spear attack, but it felt as if dozens of spears were attacking at the same time. Even I couldn't tell whether the spear's shadows were real or illusory. Furthermore, the strangling power contained within this spear technique was even more terrifying. I've already grasped the strangling power of space-time, but I wasn't able to unleash such power. This spear is too powerful. If it's aimed at me, I won't be able to withstand it. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Temple Master Bai Xing, this Phantom Spear King should be a principal's master, right? Jian Wushuang asked. In his opinion, someone who could perform such a terrifying spear move must be an expert above the principal's master level. You're right. Temple Master Bai Xing nodded. Phantom Spear King was a principal's master of our temporal temple 30 million years ago. He used Phantom Spear as his name, and the most important part of his spear technique was the word phantom, which was mysterious and unpredictable. At that time, Phantom Spear King was also famous among principal's masters. Unfortunately, he went to the universe battlefield and never came back. Did he die? Jian Wushuang felt it was a pity. Phantom Spear King was definitely a powerful principal's master, but the universe battlefield was dangerous and unpredictable. Principal's masters also had a high chance of dying. Look at the iceberg next to you, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the iceberg next to him. On the iceberg he saw another name. This name was the Master of Gold Emperor. When he saw the name Master of Gold Emperor, the same scene immediately appeared in Jian Wushuang's sight. Different from the spear technique of Phantom Spear King, the name Master of Gold Emperor contained a secret skill. It was an extremely unique secret skill in space-time. This secret skill is so strange. Has it reached an extreme in the application of the rules of space-time? Jian Wushuang frowned. The secret skill was strange, but it was undeniable that it was also very impressive. The name Master of Gold Emperor was obviously aimed at the principal's master. Look at the other icebergs, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jian Wushuang looked around, and indeed, he could see one name after another on the icebergs on the ice field. Temple Master Bai Xing, what's this? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Temple Master Bai Xing smiled faintly. The true martial mystic realm is specially prepared by the temporal temple for the experts under our command. In the future, all the cultivators who have reached the level of principles masters will come to the true martial mystic realm and leave some things here. As for what the principles masters leave behind, it depends on their preferences. Some will leave behind their own unique skills. Some will leave behind their own secret skills. Some will leave behind their own legacy. And some will leave behind their strongest trump cards. These things are all left on these icebergs. Hearing Temple Master Bai Xing's words, Jian Wushuang's expression immediately changed, and his eyes were filled with fanaticism as he looked around. The ice field was very large. There were many icebergs standing on the ice field. There were at least thousands of icebergs of different sizes. There's a principal's master on every iceberg here. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Yes, each iceberg corresponds to a rule master, Temple Master Bai Xing said. But isn't this too many? There are thousands of icebergs here. Could it be left behind by thousands of principals masters? Jian Wushuang widened his eyes. Thousands of principals masters? It must be noted that there were only more than 1,000 cultivators in the temporal temple. The proportion of principals masters was probably not too much, and the number of immortal saints must be much higher. In the divine beginning realm, principals masters had always been a superior existence. To any force, principals masters were an extremely important battle force. For example, in the first heaven, a principals master could create a powerful sect. For example, the 3 pavilions in the first heaven were so powerful because they had a principal's master. Even a principal's master was like this. Several thousand. This number was too terrifying. Several thousand principal's masters. Is that a lot? Palace Master Bai Xing smiled indifferently. Little guy, you should know that the temporal temple is the oldest force in the divine beginning realm. It has been hundreds of millions of years since Temple Master was founded. Billions of years. Even I don't know how long the temporal temple has existed. In such a long time, experts have been born in the temporal temple. Now, thousands of principals, masters have been born. What's the big deal? Jian Wushuang was stunned, but then he nodded. Indeed, the temporal temple was too old. In the long river of time, new experts were born and old experts died. It was normal for there to be thousands of principals masters. It's a pity that 99% of the principals masters who left things in the true martial mystic realm have died. Not many are still alive. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jian Wushuang could not help but sigh. Principals masters were indeed a superior existence in the divine beginning world. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for them to die. However, the real experts would never stop because they had reached the principal's master level. They would still take risks and go adventuring. For example, they would go to the universe, battlefield, and many dangerous places in the divine beginning world. Some would even fight and fight with others. Of course, some would die while adventuring or fighting. After such a long period of time, only a few people who stood at the peak of the principal's master or supreme existences like the temporal temple master, the heaven-cleaving alliance master, and the founder of the heavenly ancestor Taoist sect could survive. Most of the others would die during this process. Only a few people could reach the peak of the path of the experts, and there were corpses everywhere below them. The fallen principals, Masters of the temporal temple had obviously become such corpses. This true martial mystic realm was left behind by thousands of principles masters. What they left behind is useful even for principles masters of the same level. You're only a true saint now, so this place should be very useful to you, Temple Master Baixing said. Jian Wushuang was already excited. Useful. More than useful. It was left behind by thousands of principles masters, and most of the things left behind by them were not hidden. Chapter 3173. Space-time Tower Anusar Jian Wushuang could study the spear techniques of illusionary Spear King and the secret skill of Emperor Jin carefully. What they left behind could only be considered ordinary in the true martial mystic realm. There are so many principles left behind by the principles master. This is a great help to me in the rules of space-time. It's definitely more helpful to me than the time-space beast god. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, his heart full of surprise. You can come here to cultivate in the true martial mystic realm later. It'll take you to the next place first. After saying that, Temple Master Baixing led Jian Wushuang to the mystic realm. After leaving the mystic realm, Temple Master Baixing led Jian Wushuang to an exquisite black tower. The tower was not very tall. It was pitch black and exuded an extremely ancient aura. The entire tower had 3 floors, and each floor was about the same size. This is the Tower of Time and Space. It's a special treasure refined by Temple Master Baixing. Temple Master Baixing said, "What's so special about this tower?" Jian Wushuang asked. "You'll know once you enter." Temple Master Baixing led Jian Wushuang to the first floor of the Tower of Time and Space. After entering the tower, Jian Wushuang saw nothing but a pitch-black void. There was nothing in front of him. However, walking in the pitch-black void, Jian Wushuang slowly frowned. "The space-time here seems to be a little different," Jian Wushuang muttered. He carefully sensed the power of the space-time around him, and his frown deepened. He did sense that there was a difference between the space-time around him and the outside world, but he was not sure what the difference was. You only know that the space-time is different, but you don't know what the difference is. Temple Master Baixing glanced at Jian Wushuang, then smiled and said, "Let me remind you, the flow of time." The flow of time. Jian Wushuang was stunned at first, but then he was shocked. The flow of time? The flow of time in this void is different from the outside world? Jian Wushuang immediately realized this. He also sensed that the flow of time in this void seemed to be much slower than that in the outside world. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang was shocked. "Nothing is impossible," Temple Master Baixing said indifferently. "The space-time principles is the combination of time and space. Your comprehension of the space-time principles is still too low, and you have just started to touch the flow of time. Of course, you will find it incredible. But in fact, when a person's strength has reached a certain level, or his comprehension of the space-time principles has reached a certain level, his control of the power of time and space is no longer limited to what you know. For example, many people who have reached an extremely high level in the application of the rules of time and space can change the flow of time. For example, I can do it. However, even if I try my best, I can only slow down the flow of time in a small void by 3 times. This is my limit. But this tower of time and space was personally refined by the Temple Master. What is the flow of time here? Jian Wushuang could not help asking. There are 3 levels in the time tower. You are now on the first level. The flow of time here is 10 times slower than in the outside world. In other words, you have been cultivating here for 10 years, but only 1 year has passed in the outside world, Temple Master Baixing said. 10 times. Jian Wushuang's eyes widened. Then he immediately asked, "The flow of time on the first level is 10 times slower. What about the second level and the third level?" On the second level, the flow of time is 100 times slower. The most powerful one is the third level. The flow of time is 1,000 times slower. Temple Master Bai Xing's voice was solemn. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was a little confused. It was one thing for the flow of time to be 10 times slower, but it could actually be 100 times slower? 1,000 times slower? What an earth-shaking method was this! Had the Time Temple Master, who had refined the space-time tower, reached such an incredible level in his comprehension and application of the power of time and space? Actually, it's not too difficult for some rule masters who have comprehended the rules of time and space and are powerful machine guns to master the flow of time. What's really difficult is time reversal. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Time reversal? Jian Wushuang was stunned again. Yes, if you can master time reversal, you can reverse time and space and change things that have happened in the past. For example, some dead people can be resurrected by reversing time and space. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Reverse time and space and resurrect. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He was no stranger to reversing time and space. In his previous life, his master Xian reversed time and space and resurrected his soul. Then he sent his soul into the reincarnation passage and sent it to the divine beginning realm. Since his master could do this, his strength was naturally earth-shaking. Temple Master, you can also reverse time and space? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, but although you have this ability, you rarely use it. For example, since the beginning of the divine beginning world, the temporal temple has produced many talented experts and lost many of them. However, over the years, Temple Master has only used reverse time and space once and resurrected one person. That person was a personal disciple of Temple Master a long time ago. He was also his favorite disciple. Unfortunately, the disciple of the Temple Master was very talented, but he was unlucky. After he was resurrected by the Temple Master, he went to the universe battlefield and died again. After his second death, the Temple Master did not resurrect him. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. Reverse time and space was an incredible method. However, it seemed that it was not easy to use this method, or there were some restrictions. So Temple Master Bai Xing did not dare to use it recklessly. Heavenly Sword Marquis, the space-time tower is not very helpful for you to comprehend the space-time principles. However, if you need a lot of time to cultivate or to study secret skills in the future, you can consider coming to the space-time tower. If you want to cultivate in the space-time tower, except for the time flow, everything else is the same. This will save you a lot of time. Of course, if your comprehension of the space-time rules reaches an extremely high level in the future, you can also come to the space-time tower to control the flow of time. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded and then asked, Temple Master Bai Xing, can I enter all 3 levels of the space-time tower? Chapter 3174. Divine Power under Snow. Temple Master Bai Xing shook his head. You can enter and leave the first level of the space-time tower at will, but you need some conditions to enter the second or third level. What conditions? Jian Wushuang asked. Divine Power, Temple Master Bai Xing said. What's that? Jian Wushuang asked, puzzled. Divine Power is a very special divine power. You're only at the true saint realm, so you're not qualified to touch it. However, to most principles masters in the divine beginning realm, divine power is like a holy elixir, used to trade with each other, Temple Master Bai Xing explained. Only principles masters have the right to brew divine power. Little guy, you should know that after principles masters master a complete set of rules, they will have a special power of will. Because of this power of will, principles masters are much stronger than the immortal saints. For example, many immortal saints in the divine beginning realm are so powerful that they are already invincible. Although they are invincible among the immortal saints, they are still far inferior to principles masters. The The reason is because of the existence of that will. Under normal circumstances, if a principal's master comprehended two principles at the same time, he would be able to obtain two parts of the will, and his strength would naturally be stronger. And the divine power is the special divine power that these principles' masters, who have grasped the will power, condensed by relying on their own will power. This kind of divine power is nothing to many masters of laws, but to the immortal saints, it is extremely powerful. In the divine beginning realm, the principles gate treats the divine power as an ordinary currency, but the immortal saints treat it as a treasure. The immortal saints who are weaker cannot guide the power even if they have the divine power. But for the immortal saints who have reached the peak of invincible strength, they can guide the power of will contained in the divine power to bring their strength to a higher level. Divine power is so useful. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He did not expect that principles masters could use their will power to condense this special divine power. And the divine power could help the immortal saints who had reached the peak increase their strength in a short period of time. Jian Wushuang immediately understood how important the divine power was to the peak-level immortal saints. Of course, the divine power is important to the peak-level immortal saints, but experts from various forces in the divine beginning realm have long reached a consensus that they would not freely give their condensed divine power to their experts or disciples. Temple Master Baixing said. Why? Jian Wushuang asked, puzzled. Firstly, they don't want their subordinates or disciples to rely too much on the power of divine power, and secondly, there is a great risk in guiding the will power of divine power. Temple Master Baixing said seriously, the immortal saint is not a principle's master after all, so he can freely control the will power. Although a drop of divine power contains very little will power, even an invincible immortal saint will suffer the backlash of the will power if he tries to guide it by force. He might die first, not to mention increasing his strength to kill the enemy. Because of these two reasons, there are very few top-notch immortal saints in the divine beginning realm who possess divine power. Even if they do, they only have 1 or 2 drops at most. It's impossible for them to have too much. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. Divine power was a double-edged sword. It could increase one's strength at a critical moment, but it could also cause a backlash. Therefore, this kind of power was not very common in the divine beginning realm. This divine power is very rare for the immortal saint, but it's only a common thing for us principles masters. That's why we use it as currency, Temple Master Baixing said. Use divine power as currency? Jian Wushuang frowned. Temple Master Baixing, if you say that every rule master in the absolute beginning divine realm can condense divine power through the power of their own will, doesn't that mean that divine power is endless? Endless? How can it be so exaggerated? Palace Master Baixing smiled. Little guy, you have to understand first. Although principles masters can condense divine power, the process isn't easy. Under normal circumstances, a principles master can only condense a drop of divine power after dozens or even hundreds of years. Moreover, the process of condensing divine power will affect the will power they control. That's why few principles masters dare to use that will power to condense divine power. Under normal circumstances, if a principles master wants to condense divine power, after concentrating on condensing a few drops of divine power, he would need to spend hundreds or even thousands of years to fully recover the power of the will before he can continue to condense the next batch. In this way, even if a principles master tries his best, he can at most condense 20 to 30 drops of divine power in 10,000 years. I see. Jian Wushuang suddenly understood. He had thought that it was easy for principles masters to condense divine power, but now it seemed that it was not so. Naturally, the divine power would not be too overflowed. Temple Master Baixing, in the divine beginning realm, how many holy elixirs does a drop of divine power cost in exchange for holy elixirs? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Exchange? No way. Temple Master, Bai Xing, shook his head. In the divine beginning realm, the superior principles masters use divine power to trade with each other, so they don't use holy elixirs at all. Holy elixirs are useless to principles masters. Therefore, no matter how many holy elixirs they give, they can't exchange for a drop of divine power from a principles master. Of course, some sects have a way to exchange for divine power in order to provide convenience for their experts. In my temporal temple, if you want to exchange for divine power, you can exchange 10 billion holy elixirs for one drop. 10 billion! Jian Wushuang's eyes widened. Why is it so expensive? Expensive, indeed expensive. After all, even if he exchanged the universe crystals from Shui Bei for holy elixirs, they were only worth 5 billion holy elixirs. Shui Bei was also a principles master, and he was very powerful. He even went to the universe battlefield. However, Shui Bei obviously valued the universe crystals more than divine power. Chapter 30, 175. Secret Skill Pavilion understood shouldn't be. If the value of the universe crystal is less than a drop of divine power, Elder Shui Bei would never take the universe crystal so seriously. Jian Wushuang frowned and thought to himself. Temple Master Bai Xing continued. The first floor of the temporal tower of the space-time temple is open to all the cultivators under our command, but the second floor requires divine power. A drop of divine power can allow you to stay on the second floor for a year. Of course, the year mentioned here is a year in the outside world, but in the second floor of the temporal tower, it's 100 years. As for the third floor, it's even more ridiculous. Only 10 drops of divine power can stay on the second floor for a year. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang secretly clicked his tongue. Only 1 drop of divine power could stay on the second floor for a year? As for the third floor, it required 10 drops of divine power to stay on the third floor for a year? After all, 1 drop of divine power required 10 billion holy elixirs to exchange. 10 drops, that was 100 billion holy elixirs. I can't enter the second and third floors of the temporal tower, Jian Wushuang said on the spot. Haha, you're right. For a true saint like you, the first floor is enough. There's no need to go to the second and third floors. Those 2 floors are for principles masters. Temple Master Bai Xing smiled. These principles masters are powerful, and they study secret skills or absolute arts of a high level. Naturally, they need to spend more time. Sometimes it takes tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years to study a secret skill, absolute art. Such a long time is not too short, even for principles masters. Therefore, many people are willing to spend some divine power in this temporal tower. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. Some principles masters who were very old would not think much of it. But for some younger principles masters, it was a long time. In the outside world, such a long time could do a lot of things. Let's go. I'll take you to a place in my temporal temple. Temple Master Bai Xing brought Jian Wushuang away from the temporal tower. Soon they came to a purple pavilion. This is the secret technique pavilion of my temporal temple, which contains the secret techniques created by many experts of my temporal temple, and most of these secret techniques are targeted at the aspect of space and time. As he spoke to Jian Wushuang kept looking around. There were many special tokens floating around him. These tokens contained secret skills. There were probably thousands of them. So many secret skills are related to space-time. Jian Wushuang could not help asking. Of course, not only that. These secret skills were created by the principle's master and are very powerful. However, the secret skills here are not complete. They are just beginner-level secret skills, Temple Master Bai Xing said. According to the rules of our temporal temple, the secret skills in the secret pavilion are open to all the cultivators under your command. However, after you choose a secret skill, you can only get the beginner-level secret skill in the beginning. After you get the beginner-level secret skill, you will have a time limit. Only when you reach the beginner level of this secret skill within this time limit can you prove that you have the ability and qualification to cultivate this secret skill. Then, you can get the complete secret skill. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. Although the secret skills of the secret pavilion were open to all the cultivators in the temporal temple, there was a certain level of authority which could prevent many people from blindly pursuing and cultivating more secret skills. One could not bite off more than one could chew. Secret skills were only useful if they were truly suitable for oneself. Moreover, one did not need to master too many secret skills, so there was no need to spend too much energy on them. Let's go to the third floor, Temple Master Bai Xing said. There were 3 floors in the secret skill pavilion. The first floor had the most secret skills, while the second floor had fewer secret skills. There were less than 100 secret skills, but they were obviously more powerful. And on the third floor, Jian Wushuang frowned. When he reached the third floor of the secret skill pavilion, he saw 7 black stone tablets instead of a floating special token. Each of the 7 stone tablets was extremely tall, and the word space-time was carved in the center of each stone tablet. Temple Master Bai Xing, what are these 7 stone tablets? Jian Wushuang asked in puzzlement. This is the secret skill pavilion. The third floor is the record of the most powerful secret skill of our temporal temple. Don't you know what the most powerful secret skill is? Temple Master Bai Xing looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Is it the space-time divine skill? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Yes. Temple Master Bai Xing nodded. But why are there 7 stone tablets here? Jian Wushuang asked again. It's very simple. There are 7 moves of the space-time divine skill. Temple Master Bai Xing said with a smile. Jian Wushuang suddenly understood. Each of these 7 stone tablets contains a move of the space-time divine skill. They have been standing here for a long time. However, very few people have been able to comprehend the space-time divine skill from these 7 stone tablets. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jian Wushuang was not surprised. After all, it was the most powerful divine skill created by the great Temple Master of space-time. How could anyone casually comprehend it? Little guy, you comprehended the space-time divine skill through the space-time stone. But as far as I know, the space-time divine skill contained in the space-time stone is not complete, right? Temple Master Bai Xing asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. There are 2 divine skills contained in the space-time gold stone. The first one is the heaven-designated skill, and the second one is the void annihilation skill. As for the next 3 to 7 moves, there are none. Now you can directly comprehend the third move from the third stone tablet, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jian Wushuang immediately walked forward. He walked to the third stone tablet and sat down with his legs crossed. His consciousness was completely immersed in the stone tablet. To be exact, it was the word space-time in the center of the stone tablet. After a short while, the screen turned, and Jian Wushuang suddenly came to a vast dark void. In the dark void, the hazy figure was still standing there. The world was originally calm. Suddenly, the hazy figure took a step forward. It was a simple step, but it instantly crossed space-time and appeared in the void hundreds of millions of miles away. The scene quickly disappeared. Under the stone tablet, Jian Wushuang's expression was extremely shocked. This is the third move of the space-time divine skill, teleportation. No, it's space-time teleportation. But why does it feel exactly the same as teleportation? Jian Wushuang frowned. In the picture, the shadowy figure's method indeed looked exactly the same as teleportation. But teleportation, as long as one's comprehension of the space-time principles reached the 4th stage, he could master it? Chapter 3176. Space-time teleportation _ does it feel strange? Temple Master Bai Xing looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes, it does. Jian Wushuang nodded. The third move of the space-time divine skill gives me the same feeling as teleportation. The same? That's not true. Temple Master by Xing smiled mysteriously. Little guy, if you simply look at it and observe it, space-time teleportation and teleportation are exactly the same, but the gap between them is huge. A big gap? Why? Jian Wushuang asked with puzzlement. First of all, you should know that cultivators who have comprehended the space-time principles can master teleportation after reaching the fourth stage of the comprehension of the space-time principles. Teleportation is a special method used for escaping and traveling, but there are many limitations to this method. For example, space-time blockade? Temple Master by Xing explained. In the divine beginning realm, any cultivator who has some attainments in space-time can use space-time seal. Those who have not comprehended the rules of space-time, even if they can't seal space-time by themselves, there are many treasures or magic arrays in the divine beginning realm that can seal space-time in the shortest time. Jian Wushuang could understand this point. Space-time seal was not a very powerful technique. With his current comprehension of space-time principles, he could also seal space-time. In addition, he had the ruler seal, which could seal a huge space-time. Once space-time is completely sealed, you can't teleport in this sealed space-time. Temple Master by Xing said with a smile. Therefore, in the divine beginning world, if you want to kill experts who have a high understanding of space-time principles and know how to teleport, you must first seal the space-time where they are before they have time to react, so that they can't use their teleportation skills, and then kill them. Jian Wushuang understood. He also knew that a cultivator who could teleport had mastered a lot of life-saving skills, but it was not invincible. Otherwise, in the history of the Temporal Temple, there had been so many experts in the field of space and time, as well as so many principles masters who had perfectly mastered the principles of space and time. All of them had mastered teleportation techniques, but 99% of them had died. Teleportation can be restricted by the space-time seal, but space-time teleportation is different. Palace Master by Xing smiled. Space-time teleportation is a unique move that Temple Master created after studying it for a long time. This unique move is used to protect one's life. At first glance, it does look the same as teleportation, but teleportation cannot break through the space-time seal. However, space-time teleportation can. In other words, as long as I master this move, even if someone blocks space-time in advance, I can escape through space-time teleportation. Jian Wushuang looked at Temple Master by Xing, yes. Temple Master by Xing nodded. Jian Wushuang immediately became excited. Teleportation that could ignore the time and space seal? This time and space move was a perfect life-saving method. Heavenly Sword Marquis, don't be too happy. Nothing in this world is absolute. Although the time and space move created by Temple Master can ignore the time and space seal and cannot be restricted by ordinary cultivators and some treasure arrays, this move can also be restricted. Temple Master by Xing said. Huh. Jian Wushuang immediately looked up at Temple Master by Xing. In the divine beginning realm, some principles masters who have reached the peak of the usage of time and space can use the space-binding skill. Once the space is confined, they can't use space-time teleportation. Temple Master by Xing said. Space-binding. Jian Wushuang was stunned. That is a special use of the power of space and time. But don't worry too much. Space imprisonment is not a move that can be mastered by just anyone. Even in the vast divine beginning realm, there are only 12 principles masters who know how to use space imprisonment. 8 of them are from the Temporal Temple. Temple Master by Xing said with a smile. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. There were only 12 experts in the divine beginning realm who knew how to use spatial confinement, and the Temporal Temple had 8 of them. This alone was enough to show the strength of the Temporal Temple. In other words, if I master the move of space-time teleportation, there will only be 4 people in the entire divine beginning realm who can kill me. Jian Wushuang stared at Temple Master Bai Xing with a strange light in his eyes. Normally speaking, that's true, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jian Wushuang could not help clenching his hands. Right now, he had been targeted by the will of heaven, the 3 saint realms, and even the sorcerer god sect. Not to mention the will of heaven, the 3 saint realms and the sorcerer god sect were full of experts and principles masters. He did not have the ability to face principles masters head-on. However, if he mastered the move of time-space teleportation, he would not be able to resist principles masters who were extremely strong or even at the top level, let alone ordinary principles masters, but he would not have any problem keeping himself alive, even if the 3 saint realm masters came personally. Jian Wushuang knew that although the 3 saint realm masters were superior, they were only principles masters. The reason why they were so much stronger than the other principles masters was mainly because of the power of the will of heaven. With the move of time-space teleportation, even the 3 masters of the saint realm would not be able to do anything to him? I must master this move no matter what. Jian Wushuang was full of expectation, but at the same time he also understood. The move of time-space teleportation is used on the basis of teleportation. If I want to master this move, I must first master teleportation. However, I'm still a long way from the 4th stage of the space-time principles. It seems that I have to go through a round of cultivation before I can master this divine skill. Little guy, you can take a look at the secret skill of the Secret Skill Pavilion. If you find something suitable, you can take it and cultivate it. But remember not to cultivate too many secret skills. You can't bite off more than you can chew. You must remember this principle. While exhorting, Temple Master Bai Xing had already left the Secret Skill Pavilion. Temple Master Bai Xing, are all the fortuitous places in the Temporal Temple already here? Jian Wushuang asked. The Temporal Beast God, the Heavenly Bridge, the True Martial Mystic Realm, the Temporal Temple, and the Secret Skill Pavilion are 5 places you can go for the time being. As for the other fortuitous places, of course there are, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Chapter 3177. Looking forward to it. Little guy, look over there. Temple Master Bai Xing pointed in a direction. Jian Wushuang followed the direction and saw a towering mountain. On top of the mountain, there were dozens of palaces. There are 16 palaces on the mountain. Each palace contains some special things. Unfortunately, the immortal saint can't touch them. Even ordinary principles masters are not qualified to touch them. Only principles masters who have comprehended 2 principles and obtained 2 wills are qualified to touch them. Temple Master Bai Xing said. There really are more. Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. He felt that the 5 places Temple Master Bai Xing had taken him to were already very impressive. However, it was clear that the opportunities in the space-time island were not limited to this. He was just not qualified to come into contact with things of a higher level. That is the place where many of the cultivators of the Temporal Temple live. Those with a magic array barrier outside have an owner. Those without a magic array barrier naturally have no owner. You can find a place without an owner to live in. This is my token. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can send a message to me. Temple Master Bai Xing said as he handed a token to Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang took the token and looked at the buildings in front of him. He nodded slightly. Oh, there's one more thing I want to remind you. You'd better work hard during this period and improve your strength as much as possible. Then you might be able to catch up with the event in 300 years. Temple Master Bai Xing said. The event in 300 years. Jian Wushuang was puzzled. Temple Master Bai Xing did not say much. He waved at Jian Wushuang and left alone. Jian Wushuang shrugged and did not ask any more questions. Temporal Temple! Jian Wushuang looked around at the huge space-time island, but his eyes were shining. After finding his place, Jian Wushuang went to the true martial mystic realm again. Among the 5 places Temple Master Bai Xing had taken him to, the one that shocked him the most was the Temporal Tower. It could change the flow of time, especially on the 3rd floor. It was incredible that it could slow time by 1,000 times. However, the true martial mystic realm was the one that surprised Jian Wushuang the most. The true martial mystic realm was left behind by thousands of principals, masters of the temporal temple. Even though these principals' masters had left it casually, it was still enough to excite Jian Wushuang. In the true martial mystic realm, icebergs stood on the vast ice field. Jian Wushuang walked alone, step by step past the icebergs. There were names on the icebergs, among which were the things left behind by the principal's masters. Every time Jian Wushuang walked past an iceberg, he would carefully examine the things left behind by the principal's master on the icebergs. Some of the principal's masters had left behind their own absolute arts, some had left behind their own secret skills, and some had left behind some special uses of time and space. Jian Wushuang examined them one by one. If he found anything useful that could trigger him, he would stop. In the blink of an eye, he had been in the ice field for 3 days. During these 3 days, he had only seen about 100 icebergs, and he had only seen the things left behind by more than 100 principals' masters. At this moment, Jian Wushuang walked to a new iceberg. Master Jian Yuan? Jian Wushuang looked at the name left on the iceberg. Master Jian Yuan calls himself Sword. This Master Jian Yuan should be an expert who specializes in sword principle. Jian Wushuang murmured and then sank his consciousness into the iceberg. In an instant, a picture appeared in front of him. In the picture, a black-clothed Master Jian Yuan silently floated out with a soft black sword in his hand. The world was still very calm. Master Jian Yuan had completely disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the distant void. At the same time, the soft black sword in his hand flew out. This sword move was silent. No sound could be heard as the sword edge swept through the void. There was not even the slightest bit of power being transmitted out. So fast! Jian Wushuang's eyes were wide open. This sword move was too fast. It was much faster than the star dream he had created, or even the moment of life and death. Of course, Master Jian Yuan was a principal's master, so it was normal for his sword skill to be faster than Jian Wushuang's. In the scene, after the sword move, Master Jian Yuan immediately performed a second sword move. Silent sword art. Assassin. While Jian Wushuang was carefully observing the scene, he also received the information from the picture. This master of sword origin was actually an assassin when he was alive. His sword art was supreme in speed, eerie, dark and silent, and fatal in one strike. Just like its name, this silent sword art did not show any power or movement from the beginning to the end. Its speed was extremely terrifying. It was indeed an assassination sword art performed by assassins. Although the silent swordsmanship focuses on assassination, it feels very similar to the instant of life and death that I created, Jian Wushuang muttered. He looked carefully at the scene in front of him and was completely mesmerized. Half a month later, fog rain swordsmanship? What a unique swordsmanship! How can it be so unique in the use of space-time principles? Jian Wushuang was delighted. Although most of the principles masters in the true self secret realm had left some things here, there were a few principles masters who left their proudest things here. For example, the silent swordsmanship of a sword origin master. The misty rain swordsmanship left by the principal's master named Tu was a terrifying swordsmanship. It was also the strongest and most complete skill of the 2 principal's masters. Jian Wushuang happened to be good at sword principle. These 2 swordsmanship were of great help to him. The true martial mystic realm, left behind by so many principal's masters, is of great help to me. The time-space beast god the Heavenly Bridge, the Secret Skill Pavilion, and even the Temporal Tower are all of great help to me. In this life, I have been cultivating alone since I was born. I haven't joined a sect in the true sense of the word and used a lot of resources to cultivate. Now, there are many opportunities on the space-time island, and my talent in the space-time principles is also very high. Let me see how far I can reach in 300 years with the help of these resources on the space-time island. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists, his heart filled with anticipation. Chapter 30, 178. Jian Wushuang stayed on the time-space island and cultivated with the help of the many resources on the island. Time passed quickly, and in a flash, 290 years had passed. Beside the lake, Temple Master Baixing, a black-clothed elder, stood beside Temple Master Baixing with a hint of respect between his brows. He said, "The 100,000-year deadline has passed. In another 10 years, the Bloodwave Realm will reopen." Bloodwave Realm. Palace Master Baixing pondered for a moment. The opportunities in the Bloodwave Realm are equivalent to a shortcut to the Principal's Master. Every time the Bloodwave Realm opens, there will be a large number of top-notch, invincible saints heading over. Our Temporal Temple will have 5 spots to enter the Bloodwave Realm as usual. Have you chosen these 5 spots? I've already chosen them. The black-robed elder nodded, then handed a list to Temple Master Baixing. After taking it, Temple Master Baixing began to browse through it carefully. How he should be the strongest among the many invincible saints that our Temporal Temple had first. It's only natural that he would enter the Bloodwave Realm. Qian Hongzi is an invincible saint with extraordinary potential. If he obtains the opportunities in the Bloodwave Realm, his chances of becoming a Principal's Master would definitely exceed 90%. It wouldn't be a problem. Palace Master Baixing browsed through the names on the list one by one. Palace Master Baixing agreed with the first 4 names on the list until the last name. Duanlang. Palace Master Baixing frowned slightly. Although Duanlang has some talent, his strength is still lacking, right? Well, the black-clothed old man said in a low voice, Duanlang's strength is now infinitely close to that of an invincible saint. He is indeed weaker than the other 4, but no one else seems to be more suitable than him to enter the Bloodwave Realm. There were indeed not many cultivators in the Temporal Temple, but there were actually some invincible saints in the Temporal Temple. However, most of the invincible immortal saints in the Temporal Temple had exhausted their potential. Even if they got the opportunity in the Bloodwave Realm, the chance of becoming a Principal's Master was very low. These invincible immortal saints were naturally not suitable to enter the Bloodwave Realm. Therefore, the black-clothed elder carefully selected Duanlang and felt that he was more suitable. Among the immortal saints of the Temporal Temple, no one is more suitable to enter the Bloodwave Realm than Duanlang. Except for Hao and the other 3? Haha, I don't think so, Temple Master Baixing said with a mysterious smile. Didn't Batsong bring a little guy back to our Temporal Temple 290 years ago? You mean Heavenly Sword Marquis? The black-clothed elder was stunned. The black-clothed elder was also a high-level official of the Temporal Temple. He was in charge of many things in the Temporal Temple, so he naturally knew about Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis is indeed very talented, but 290 years ago, when he first came to the Temporal Temple, he was only a rank 4 True Saint. His battle strength was only around rank 7 True Saint. Now, only 290 years have passed. Even if he has made great progress with the help of the many opportunities on the Temporal Island, there is still a limit to how fast he can improve. In such a short time, his strength should not be comparable to Duanlang, right? The black-clothed elder said, I can't say for sure. Palace Master Baixing smiled. I've been paying attention to Heavenly Sword Marquis ever since he entered my Temporal Temple. I've seen his progress in the past 290 years. When he first came to my temporal island 290 years ago, He challenged the heavenly bridge once, but he could only pass the 24th level. But after cultivating on our space-time island for more than 200 years, which is 3 years ago, he already passed the 29th level. What? The black-robed elder was shocked. From the 24th level to the 29th level? In less than 300 years, he actually passed the 5th level? How is this possible? It's a bit unbelievable, but it's the truth, Palace Master Baixing said. He has passed the 29th level, which means his comprehension of the space-time principles has reached the 4th stage, and he has mastered teleportation. This level has surpassed the level of a rank 7 true saint and is comparable to those immortal saints who are infinitely close to the invincible level. As for his own realm, he has made great progress in the past 290 years. As far as I know, his current realm has broken through to the level of a rank 6 true saint. Rank 6 true saint realm? The black-clothed elder's pupils constricted. 290 years ago, when Jian Wushuang first came to the time-space island, he was only a rank 4 peak true saint, but now he was already a rank 6 true saint. In other words, he had broken through 2 realms in less than 300 years. How can he improve so fast? The black-clothed elder could not understand. It's nothing strange. He is a super genius. As far as I know, he spent 50 years on the first floor of the temporal tower. The time flow there is 10 times slower. In other words, he stayed in the temporal tower for 500 years. With the help of some treasures, his understanding of the principles and Tao has long exceeded his realm. It's normal for him to break through to rank 6 true saint, Temple Master Baixing said. No wonder. The black-clothed elder also understood. In just 290 years, Jian Wushuang had made such great progress in the space-time principles and made such a great breakthrough in his realm. Of course, he would find it incredible. However, if Jian Wushuang had stayed in the temporal tower for 500 years, he would have broken through 2 realms in 500 years. 290 years ago, before Heavenly Sword Marquis came to my temporal tower, he was able to kill a rank 7 true saint with the strength of a rank 4 true saint. Now he has reached the level of a rank 6 true saint, and with the help of the divine power fruit, he has reached the limit of a rank 6 true saint. His comprehension of the principles has allowed him to pass the 29th level of the heavenly bridge. How strong do you think he is now? Temple Master Baixing asked with a smile. I'm afraid he won't be weaker than Duan Lang, the black-robed elder said in a low voice. When he was a rank 4 true saint, he could kill a rank 7 true saint directly. Now that he had reached the limit of rank 6, and his comprehension of the principles had improved so much, his strength had definitely surpassed that of a rank 7 true saint. He might not be comparable to a true, invincible saint, but he should be very close. That's it. Palace Master Baixing continued. In terms of talent, Heavenly Sword Marquis is much stronger than Duan Lang. Now that Heavenly Sword Marquis strength can keep up, this last spot is naturally reserved for Heavenly Sword Marquis. Palace Master Baixing is right. The black-robed elder nodded. Clearly he agreed. Opportunities were always for those who were capable. The spot to enter the Blood Wave realm was the same. Chapter 3179 _ of course, what I just said is only my guess for the time being. Whether the true strength of the Heavenly Sword Marquis is equal to or stronger than Duan Lang is still uncertain. For the sake of the opportunity, countless top immortal saints in the Blood Wave realm fought fiercely and killed crazily. If the Heavenly Sword Marquis strength doesn't meet the requirements, he naturally doesn't have the qualifications to enter. So, before the final quota is determined, I have to test this little guy's real strength. Temple Master Baixing smiled, his eyes flashing with a strange luster. In the true martial mystic realm on the time-space island, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged under an iceberg, his consciousness completely immersed in the image of the iceberg. In the image, a white-clothed figure seemed to be transparent, flickering randomly in the void. In the blink of an eye, his figure constantly appeared in every corner of the void. It was obvious that the owner of the iceberg, the principal's master, had left behind a movement technique. This movement technique was very strange, and its use of the power of time and space was unfathomable. Every flicker of his was completely integrated with the surrounding space and time. The power of time and space is self-integrated with the space and time. So that's how it is. Jian Wushuang had been carefully watching the flashing, white-clothed figure in the picture, but many insights had emerged in his heart. On the space-time rule, the difficult problem that had been troubling him for a long time was gradually solved. In a flash, more than half a day had passed. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, and a fierce light suddenly flashed in them. The fourth stage of the space-time principles has been completed. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, and there was an uncontrollable ecstasy in his heart. The fourth stage, yes, his comprehension of the space-time principles had only reached the fourth stage, which was also the last stage of the space-time principles. If he took another step, he would completely comprehend the space-time principles. He would become the master of the space-time principles. When Temple Master Bai Xing knew that Jian Wushuang had passed the 29th level of the Heavenly Bridge, he had said that his comprehension of the space-time principles had reached the fourth stage immediately. But now it seemed that he had not. Temple Master Bai Xing did not know that Jian Wushuang had passed the 29th level because his comprehension of the space-time principles was very close to the fourth stage. The most important thing was his swordsmanship. In the past 290 years, with the help of the many resources on the time-space island, especially the scenes in the true martial mystic realm, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and his comprehension of the space-time principles had greatly increased. At the same time, his swordsmanship had also improved. It was his swordsmanship. His swordsmanship had made great strides and even made a breakthrough. Because of this, his swordsmanship, combined with his comprehension of the space-time principles, was able to pass the 29th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Now that I've entered the fourth stage of space-time principles, my strength has soared again. If I combine my swordsmanship, I might even pass the 30th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Jian Wushuang was pleasantly surprised. In addition, as soon as he reached the fourth stage, he naturally mastered teleportation. He could also comprehend the third move of the space-time divine skill, space-time teleportation, in the secret skill pavilion. Buzz! A figure suddenly appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang turned his head. When he saw the person, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Temple Master Bai Xing, Heavenly Sword Marquis, judging from your pleasant surprise just now, you seem to have gained something big again." Temple Master Bai Xing looked at Jian Wushuang. "A little." Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. "It's indeed a good thing to have gained something. But do you still remember what I told you 290 years ago?" Temple Master Bai Xing said, "I told you to cultivate well and improve your strength as soon as possible. Maybe you can catch up with the event 300 years later." Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Of course, he remembered what Temple Master Bai Xing said. However, he did not know what Temple Master Bai Xing was referring to at that time. 300 years, and now 290 years have passed. Temple Master Bai Xing, is that why you came here today? Jian Wushuang was looking forward to it. Yes. Temple Master Bai Xing smiled. The thing I'm talking about is the Blood Wave Realm. Blood Wave Realm. Jian Wushuang frowned. Obviously, he had never heard of it. The Blood Wave Realm is an extremely unique secret realm of heaven and earth in the divine beginning realm. It was created by an extremely ancient super expert. There are opportunities in the Blood Wave Realm. These opportunities are only useful to the immortal saint, and they are enough to make any immortal saint go crazy, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Enough to drive any immortal saint crazy? What kind of status and strength did Temple Master Bai Xing have? Since he dared to say so, he must have his reasons. The opportunities in the blood wave realm must be extraordinary. However, the blood wave realm only opens once every 100,000 years. Every time it opens, only the immortal saint is qualified to enter. As for the principal's master, he is completely excluded from the blood wave realm. Every time the blood wave realm opens, the sects of the divine beginning world will send their top immortal saints into it. There are also many independent immortal saints who can enter the blood wave realm through some means. As for the temporal temple, it's one of the 3 freedom alliances in the divine beginning realm. Although there aren't many cultivators, we still have 5 slots to enter the blood wave realm. 10 years later, the blood wave realm will open again. Now, the temporal temple is selecting 5 people to enter the blood wave realm. We've already decided on 4, but there's still 1 more slot. Temple Master Baixing said. Temple Master Baixing, do you mean I can fight for the last spot? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Temple Master Baixing nodded. As expected, the last spot will be decided between you and Duan Lang, another genius expert of the space-time temple. Duan Lang is not only extremely talented, but his battle strength is also infinitely close to that of an invincible saint. But you have terrifying talent and great potential, which is not a problem. However, no one knows how strong your battle strength is, so I came here personally. Heavenly Sword Marquis, here is a scroll. Take a look. Temple Master Baixing said and threw a scroll to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took the scroll, opened it, and read it carefully. When he finished reading the contents of the scroll, his expression became extremely strange. Experiential mission. Kill 13 axes. Chapter 3180. Little guy, you can take a closer look at this task. You have 10 years. In 10 years, before the opening of the blood wave realm, if you can complete the task alone, you can compete with Duan Lang for the last slot. But if you can't complete the task within 10 years, the last slot will be given to Duan Lang. Do you understand? Temple Master Baixing stared at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. Remember, do it alone. I'll wait for your news. After saying that, Temple Master Baixing turned around and left. Jian Wushuang looked at the mission scroll in front of him and fell into deep thought. According to Temple Master Baixing, the blood wave realm only opens once every 100,000 years. The opportunity contained in it is enough to make any immortal saint go crazy. In other words, this opportunity must be very useful to me. If I miss it, I have to wait another 100,000 years before I get a second chance. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. 100,000 years was too long. He had only appeared in this life for about 1,000 years. Naturally, he could not wait another 100,000 years for nothing. I must seize this opportunity. I must complete this experiential mission. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. However, Temple Master Baixing has given me a 10-year time limit, so there's no need to rush. I've just reached the 4th stage of comprehending the space-time principles and have just mastered teleportation. Before I complete the mission, I'll go to the secret skill pavilion and comprehend the space-time teleportation first. Jian Wushuang made up his mind and immediately went to the secret skill pavilion. On the 3rd floor of the secret skill pavilion, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in front of the 7 tall stone tablets. Looking at the stone tablets in front of him, Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of anticipation. Let's begin. Soon, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 1 year and 4 months had passed. For many people, 1 year was just a snap of the fingers. However, for Jian Wushuang, he had already comprehended the 3rd move of the space-time divine skill, space-time teleportation. This was also related to his talent in space-time. After all, he could comprehend the space-time divine skill from the space-time gold stone. According to Temple Master Baixing, It was more difficult to comprehend it from the space-time gold stone than from the 7 stone tablets in the secret skill pavilion. I've mastered space-time teleportation. With this move, I can use it and escape quickly no matter what crisis I encounter. Even if the other party uses space-time seal, it won't be of much use to me. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, his eyes sparkled. I'm a perfect chaotic creature. My life-saving and survival abilities are already amazing. Now, with this move, there are only a handful of people in the divine beginning realm who can kill me. Even if it's the 3 saint realms and the sorcerer god sect, it won't be easy for them to kill me again. Jian Wushuang growled with a hint of heroism in his heart. After a while, he calmed down. I have comprehended space-time teleportation. Now, it's time to complete the experiential learning task. Immediately, Jian Wushuang set off. 9th Wolf Mountain Range in the first sky. Although it was called a mountain range, the territory of the 9th Wolf Mountain Range was vast, even larger than a country. Such a large mountain range had been occupied by the 13 Axes for a long time. The 13 Axes were the collective name for the 13 experts in the 9th Wolf Mountain Range. These 13 experts were all bandits, but because of their tyrannical strength, their deterrence was no longer comparable to that of ordinary bandits. In the surrounding areas of the 9 Wolf Mountain Range, and even in the entire First Heaven, the 13 Axes were notorious. According to the mission given to me by Temple Master Baixing, the weakest of the 13 experts of the 13 Axes are at the peak of rank 7 True Saint. The eldest one, Blood Eagle, and the second one, Violent Bear, are both above rank 7 and are infinitely close to the invincible Saint Realm. Jian Wushuang appeared alone in the 9 Wolf Mountain Range. Looking at the vast mountain range in front of him, he frowned slightly. The mission Temple Master Baixing had given him was to prove his strength and that he was qualified to enter the Blood Wave realm. Therefore, this mission was not easy. 13 Axes, 13 experts, and the weakest one was a rank 7 peak True Saint. In addition, there were 2 immortal saints who were infinitely close to the invincible level. This lineup could be said to be terrifying. Even the overlords in the First Heaven, such as the 12 divine sects, did not have an invincible saint in most of the 12 divine sections. Without an invincible saint, with the combined strength of the top forces under their command, they would not be able to compete with the 13 Axes. Even the 9 courtyards, with the invincible saint in charge, did not dare to provoke the 13 Axes because the combined strength of the 13 Axes was indeed too strong. Jian Wushuang's task was to kill all the 13 Axes. The 13 Axes have occupied the 9 Wolf Mountain Range for hundreds of thousands of years. Over the years, they have plundered and committed many evil deeds. Many countries, and even some small sects in the 9 Wolf Mountain Range, have been oppressed by the 13 Axes. They deserve to die, but it's not easy to kill all the 13 Axes. Jian Wushuang frowned. This task was indeed challenging for him, but it was not impossible for him to complete it. I have been cultivating in the Temporal Temple for 290 years, and my strength has changed a lot. These 13 Axes are so powerful. They are really a good grindstone for me. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining, and then his body flashed. He directly rushed into the depths of the 9 Wolf Mountain Range. The 13 experts in the 9 Wolf Mountain Range did not live together, but they were scattered and each occupied a mountain peak. Normally, the 13 Axes would only gather together occasionally, but they usually lived on their own mountain peaks. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had arrived at a mountain peak of the 13 Axes through the star map of the 9 Wolf Mountain Range. According to the star map, this mountaintop has always been occupied by the Nether Cloud King, who is ranked 8th among the 13 Axes. His strength is only average among the 13 Axes. It'll be the first to attack him, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Then he moved his consciousness. Buzz! A terrifying power instantly erupted from his body. This power swept out in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, layers of enormous barriers appeared in the surrounding void. This barrier was like an iron bucket, surrounding all directions, not leaving a single crack. Sovereign Seal, Sovereign of Space-Time. Chapter 3181. Tranquil Cloud King _ at the peak of a mountain that towered into the clouds. A dense mass of palaces stood there. The 13 Axes had already dominated the Nine-Wolf Mountain range for hundreds of thousands of years, and their fierce reputation was illustrious. Every expert of these 13 Axes was equivalent to an overlord of a region. Large groups of experts were also gathered under their command, Tranquil Cloud King. Although his strength was very average among the 13 Axes, there were still quite a number of experts under him. The mountain he lived on did not seem like a bandit's nest. Instead, it seemed like a powerful and prosperous sect. In the majestic palace, a middle-aged man, the Tranquil Cloud King, who wore a loose black robe and had small eyes like a mouse, sat casually on a throne. There was a playful smile at the corner of his mouth as he watched the dozens of beauties below dancing gracefully. Tranquil Cloud King stretched out his hand to take a bowl from the side and took a sip. I can eat whatever I want and play whatever I want. This is truly a carefree and happy day. I don't have any ambition. It's already pretty good to have such a happy day, unlike Big Brother. Tranquil Cloud King sighed secretly. Big Brother is clearly very strong. Even if he's compared to the invincible saint, he's only slightly weaker. In the entire first sky, or even the entire divine beginning realm, he's already a first-class expert. Yet he's still not satisfied. He still wants to follow that carefree young master to the Bloodwave realm to explore and find the so-called great opportunity, great fortune? Stupid! The Tranquil Cloud King curled his lips. What kind of character is that carefree young master? Even if they really obtained a great opportunity in the Bloodwave realm, how could Big Brother have a share? On the contrary, when the Bloodwave realm opened, countless top-notch immortal saints would swarm over. The battle there was extremely intense. Not to mention Big Brother's level of immortal saints. Even a true invincible saint might die. Big Brother and that carefree young master went in to roam about. They were just going in to be cannon fodder. Of course, these words were only spoken in the depths of the Tranquil Cloud King's heart. But on the surface, when he knew that his big brother was going to the Bloodwave realm, he was full of all sorts of flattery. Suddenly, a terrifying power suddenly erupted. In the main hall, those dancing beauties instantly stopped. The Tranquil Cloud King also abruptly stood up. This power, what's going on? The Tranquil Cloud King's figure flashed and instantly appeared in the void of the outside world. And at this moment, the void of the outside world was already completely covered by a huge barrier. Just looking at this barrier with the naked eye, its power was extremely tyrannical. It was not something that an ordinary person could break through. This barrier had completely sealed off the mountaintop occupied by the Tranquil Cloud King. Although the ruler's seal is not a supreme treasure, its value is not inferior to a supreme treasure. With my current divine power level, even a real invincible saint would not be able to break the formation formed by the ruler's seal so easily. Jian Wushuang crossed his arms as he stood in the void. He looked around at the barriers around him. Tranquil Cloud King was already in front of Jian Wushuang. Who are you? Tranquil Cloud King stared at Jian Wushuang coldly. He could feel that the barrier formation was cast by this man. However, the divine power aura emitted by this man was only at the level of a rank 6 true saint. Although he was already at the limit of a rank 6 true saint, he did not take him seriously. Are you the 8th of the 13 Axes, Tranquil Cloud King? Jian Wushuang stared at Tranquil Cloud King and said, My name is Han. Jian Wushuang still used the alias Han in front of Tranquil Cloud King. He also disguised his appearance. Although Tranquil Cloud King had seen the fight between Jian Wushuang and Bai Yuan of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, He did not recognize Jian Wushuang immediately. He had only seen it through the mirror image. So he could not recognize Jian Wushuang immediately. "How dare you lock down my residence? How dare you?" The tranquil Cloud King growled, his eyes burning with anger. Although he was angry, the tranquil Cloud King did not attack immediately. His intuition told him that although the person in front of him was only a rank 6 true saint, he must have something to rely on since he dared to come to his door. Moreover, he could smell a hint of danger from Jian Wushuang. "Not only do I want to lock down your residence, but I also want to kill you," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Kill me?" Tranquil Cloud King was stunned. A rank 6 true saint actually threatened to kill him? "Go ahead and use your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Jian Wushuang's eyes turned slightly cold. With a flip of his hand, the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Tranquil Cloud King's face immediately turned ferocious. "Boy, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Tranquil Cloud King's body. It was the aura of a true saint at the peak of rank 7, and it was unusually violent. Whoosh! In a flash, Tranquil Cloud King appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, and his right hand had turned scarlet. Scarlet Dark Cloud. With a low shout, Tranquil Cloud King's scarlet right hand suddenly struck out, and in an instant endless power swept out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large amount of blood fog surged crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it had formed a blood-red exotic beast that was 30 meters tall with a monstrous power. The blood-red exotic beast growled, opened its bloody mouth, and directly swallowed Jian Wushuang. Tranquil Cloud King could tell that Jian Wushuang was strong, so he did not let his guard down. He used all his strength in the first move. The move he was using now was one of his most powerful moves, and it was extremely powerful. He was confident in this move. Even a rank 7 advanced true saint would not be able to block this move head-on. The result was likely that the rank 7 advanced true saint's divine body would collapse, and the person in front of him was clearly a rank 6 true saint. "Die, boy!" Tranquil Cloud King's killing intent soared to the sky. But just as the killing intent in Tranquil Cloud King's eyes condensed, Jian Wushuang, who had been standing in the void without any movement, suddenly moved. Whoosh! A sword light containing a shocking violence suddenly swung out. This sword light was also scarlet, like a blood-red lightning bolt. In an instant, it struck the blood-red exotic beast that had opened its bloody mouth. In just an instant, that blood-colored beast that was over 100 feet tall directly crumbled and disintegrated. A large amount of blood fog frantically retreated in the surroundings. However, after receiving the blood-colored lightning, its might only weakened slightly. After that, it continued to bombard the Tranquil Cloud King. What? The Tranquil Cloud King's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly waved his hand to block. Bang! With a loud sound, the Tranquil Cloud King's body shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shot out. Jian Wushuang, who was in the void in front of him, flashed strangely and appeared next to the retreating Tranquil Cloud King. Then a beautiful sword light lit up. Peerless Sword Manual, Star Dream, First Move. Chapter 3182. Easy kill _ This sword was too fast. Tranquil Cloud King, who was flying backward, did not have time to react before the beautiful sword light cut straight at his neck. Tranquil Cloud King's body was covered with protective armor, which was of a high level. However, during the 290 years of cultivation on the space-time island, Jian Wushuang had been nurturing the Blood Mountain sword. He had even spared no expense to find a way to upgrade the Blood Mountain sword. By now, the Blood Mountain sword had reached the highest level of supreme grade, holy treasure. The Blood Mountain sword was originally a killing divine sword, which was extremely sharp. Chi! The sound of the sword cutting into the body rang out. The protective armor on the tranquil Cloud King's body was torn apart on the spot. Sword light shot out from the other end of the armor, and the tranquil Cloud King's head was instantly thrown away. At the same time that the Blood Mountain sword cut off the tranquil Cloud King's head, the cold blood venom contained in the Blood Mountain sword instantly invaded the tranquil Cloud King's divine body. The cold blood venom, which was worth 100 million holy elixirs a drop, was the nightmare of all true saints. The tranquil Cloud King did not even have the slightest chance to struggle before he died. After cultivating in the space-time island for 290 years, my strength has improved too much. This tranquil Cloud King is indeed a genuine rank 7 peak true saint, but with my current strength, it's really easy for me to kill him. Jian Wushuang stood there, seeing the tranquil Cloud King's divine body completely disappear. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the past 290 years, his progress was incredible. First of all, his realm had directly broken through as a rank 4 peak true saint to the peak of rank 6 true saint. With the help of the divine power fruit, he had also directly reached the peak of rank 6 true saint. It must be known that as a perfect chaotic creature, his strength at the peak of rank 4 true saint was comparable to that of a peak rank 6 true saint. If he used a secret skill, he would be able to challenge a rank 7 true saint. But now he had reached the limit of a rank 6 true saint. Although the gap between him and a rank 7 true saint was getting bigger, his divine power had already surpassed that of a rank 7 true saint. Yes, his divine power was completely superior to that of a peak rank 7 true saint. As for the rules, he had reached the 4th stage of comprehending the space-time principles, which was also not a level that ordinary rank 7 true saints could grasp. But those who had reached this stage and mastered teleportation were mostly immortal saints who were infinitely close to the invincible level. In other words, Jian Wushuang was also higher than a rank 7 true saint in terms of rules. And finally, it was sword principle and swordsmanship. Sword principle was the Tao that Jian Wushuang had been pursuing. His talent in sword principle was far higher than his talent in space-time principles. He was a born swordsman. In the past 290 years, it seemed that his space-time principles had made great progress, but in fact only he knew that his greatest improvement was not in space-time principles, but his own sword principle. One had to know that before he had reached the 4th stage of space-time principles and mastered teleportation, he could rely on his own sword principle and sword techniques to directly pass the 29th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Now he had already reached the completion of the 2nd stage of the sword principle. The immeasurable sword tree in his body had already been nurtured to the limit, reaching a height of 99,900 feet. If he took another step forward, he would be at the 3rd stage, which was the derivation of all things. In terms of swordsmanship, the level of the 7 sword moves in the Wushuang sword manual had long surpassed that of the 7th level absolute art. If one had to divide the sword moves into levels, the 7 sword moves in the Wushuang sword manual could now be divided into the 8th level. Whether it was power or principles of swordsmanship, he was completely above the true saint at the peak of rank 7. Now that he had killed the Dark Cloud King, he naturally felt extremely relaxed. It only took him an instant to kill the tranquil Cloud King. Jian Wushuang had only made 2 moves. The first time, he used the sword skill Shixiang to defeat the tranquil Cloud King's attack head-on and send him flying. The second time, he used the sword skill Star Dream to cut off the tranquil Cloud King's head and kill him with the cold blood poison. The 2 strikes were clean and neat. A true saint at the peak of rank 7 did not even have a chance to fight back. After the death of the tranquil Cloud King, Jian Wushuang did not stay on the mountain for long. He teleported and went to the next place. After Jian Wushuang left, the void exploded. Dead. Leader is dead? Leader, he's a powerful true saint at the peak of the 7th rank. How could he be killed by a 6th rank true saint? That rank 6 true saint is too terrifying. Quick, report this to the other leaders. The whole mountain was in an uproar. The experts, under the command of the Tranquil Cloud King, immediately began to send messages. However, while the experts under the command of the Tranquil Cloud King were sending messages, Jian Wushuang had teleported to another mountain. This was the place where the leader of the 13th Axe, ranked 11th, was located. It's so easy to travel after mastering teleportation. I was just at the place where the Tranquil Cloud King lived, but now I'm here in the blink of an eye. I'm afraid that the leader of this mountain doesn't know that the Tranquil Cloud King is dead. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He looked down at the buildings below. Let's do it. Buzz. The power of the ruler seal was activated again, covering the entire mountain in front of him. After a short while, Jian Wushuang killed the leader of this mountain and then teleported away. With teleportation, Jian Wushuang's killing speed was too fast. The Tranquil Cloud King was the first to be killed, followed by the second, third, and fourth leaders. When Jian Wushuang reached the mountain where the fifth leader was, he's gone? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Sir, the leader was discussing something with us in the hall just now. But for some reason, the leader's face changed after receiving a message, and then he immediately left without telling us where to go. A rank 7 true saint stood respectfully in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was only a rank 6 true saint, so this rank 7 true saint should have a high status. However, just now, Jian Wushuang suddenly killed 2 rank 7 true saints in a lightning-fast way. The remaining rank 7 true saint was naturally very respectful. Just left. Jian Wushuang understood. He must have received the news and left his nest ahead of time. It seems that it's impossible for me to kill these 13 axes one by one. Jian Wushuang sighed, but he was mentally prepared.